Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the NAN Mental Health Summit. I don't know about you, but at the end of the day yesterday, my brain was sore and my head was tired, and I went home and I crashed for 1 full hour and then promptly went back to work in my office until 11:30 planning the day for you today. So I'm very, very, very excited to be back for day number 2, to see all of your faces. I'm excited to hear what you have to say today, to get your thoughts and your words up on our sticky wall over here so we can make sure we capture them all in the strategy. To start the day, I'm going to invite our drum to start us with a song, please. Miigwech. Wonderful way to start the day. And I'm going to now call on Elder Sam to start us in a good way as well.
Good morning, all of you. You all look well fed this morning. So it's a good way to start off a good day. And a lot of hard work that has gone into yesterday. And I see before me a lot of people that have spent a lot of time working in their communities, working for their people. And it's good that we never give up, that we keep trying, because we know that we want a good life for our children, for our grandchildren, and those that will come after. And all the struggles that we have endured, and all the things that we went through, we do that for them. We did that, and we survived, and we move forward in a good way, so that they don't have to go through all of those things. Now we need to teach them, about what we learned. We were learning about ourselves and where we come from and what our people were about. Our people were very strong, were very spiritual, and were very community and family oriented. And the children were always the focus of the communities and the families. And what the residents scolded was they took the children away from the communities, from the families, and disconnected them from who they were and their teachings and everything that was given to us to teach them, to pass on to them, to be who they were. I had the very good fortune of spending my time in the bush with my parents when I was a young man. I grew up in the bush till I was 12 years old, and I never got. I was just always there all year round, and I always viewed that as a blessing, because that is the foundation of who I am today. From that time that I grew up in the bush, and I learned from my father and my parents, my grandparents, and also the elders in the community. Whenever that we were in the community, I would go visit my mother would tell me to go visit the elders and see if they need anything. So that I would go and see them, even though I was just a little boy, 5, 6 years old, and I would give them water, chop them wood, or do little things for them. And they would in turn tell me stories about our community, about our people, our history. And so they were my first teachers. And I always feel honored to have the opportunity to do that. A lot of our young people don't have that opportunity now. But we know the stories, we know the teachings. And so we need to share that with them. They need to know who they are, where they come from, and what our people, and how resilient and how beautiful our people are. They need to hear those stories. We hear so much about all the bad things that happen, and our struggles and what's happening to our communities. There is a lot of resilience, there's a lot of love, there's a lot of good things happening in our community. And they need to see that, they need to hear that. So when we talk with them, we always ensure that we share the good things. I think today there will be a couple of people that will come up, and they will talk about some of the things that they're doing in their community, out on the land, which is where we all should be, as everything is there for us out on the land. And we need to use the land. If we don't use it, someone else will come and take over. That's what's happening now. People are taking over the land and laying claim to it. And our children, 40, 50 years from now, will be asked, what is the name of that lake over there, that river? And if they don't know, they'll say, well, then how can you say it's yours if you don't know the name of that river, the name of that lake? Around your communities, there's the rivers and all the lakes. They all have stories. When my parents would tell me about places that that had stories, and our people have lived there for thousands and thousands of years. So those stories are very old, and they're part of who we are. And so it's very important to keep them alive, those stories, and how those things got, some of those places have their names. And it, we carry that with us. We carry that forward to our children. And I'm glad to see that a lot of people are doing that in their communities now. They're looking up the names and name places and those kind of things, and mapping and talking to the elders about that. So I think it's very important to do that. And whenever we sit and we talk and we share things and we want to figure things out, how to do better for our communities, and all those people that work and do a lot and spend a lot of time helping their communities, which is good. And I think we need, each year there are more and more people that I know that understand things, that understand our young people as well, beginning to understand what our struggles were and what we came through. So it's good to sit with them and share with them, and so they will know, they will be proud of what their parents have accomplished, in spite of all those things that were put in their way to discourage them from having that good life. And I think that's very important. Enjoy life each day. And we sat out in the teepee there this morning, and we prayed and smoked a pipe and sang some songs, to be grateful for the life that we carry, and grateful for another day, and share time. That's time that we have, that we spend with our children and our grandchildren, and teach them about life in a good way. We see the struggles. We see, if we walk down the street, we see the struggles that our young people are going through. So we sit here today and we talk about those things, and we need to instill in them the will, the people, the will to do something. I think we can accomplish a lot of things if we can just get that will, not the will of the people to do something. We become so dependent on people doing things for us. We get people from outside to try to heal our communities. We have the knowledge, we have the people in our communities, and sometimes it's hard. The people in our communities won't accept us. About those ones that it's hard to work in your own community, and that's kind of sad. We have people that have so much knowledge and have learned so much in their life, but yet a lot of them can't go in their communities to share that. There are some that are accepted like that, but it's a struggle to go back and tell people in your own community about the things and what you have seen, what you have heard, and what you have gone through in your life. And I think but the stories will always be there, and we continue to share those stories, but we want to encourage the young people to know that there is a good life, there's a good side to everything, and not just what they hear on the sad things that happen. There's good as well. So we need to do that. And with that, and as we reflect on today, and we share stories, and we laugh, and throughout the day we're learning. And I hope that the people see that. The ones who are watching on a video, see the laughter as well. As it's not just all talking about bad things, and that's good. And they need to hear that. And that's how our young people learn. They learn by watching. In my growing up with my parents and my mother and my dad, they never said, not once did they ever say, this is how you do this. My role, my responsibility was to watch whatever it was they were doing and learning from that. And after a period of time, I tried to do it myself. And they never gave you a heck if you didn't make it, if you didn't do it right the first time. They just kind of smiled and laughed. Smiled and they laughed at you when they were trying to do something, because they knew that you were trying, and you were, that the teachings, what they were teaching me, I was beginning to learn. So that was a good thing when you do that. So here I am today. I've been around for a long time, and I watch a lot of things a lot of times, and I see a lot of things. Still learning each and every day, and I probably will till I'm 100 years old. I will still be learning, and I'll probably still be talking to you guys here 30 years down the road. And Alvin will bring me coffee. So it's very important, the land. Use the land. Use that land out there. It's everything is there that we need. And in the fall, I think September, we're going to have a gathering of elders in this place, same room, I think. And they will share a lot of their teachings with us. So I hope some of you can make it. It's a very, we had one last year, and it was and it was good, and we will do it again this year. And I'm looking forward to that. And with that, I think I'll leave that with you today. And I honor you, and I honor your work that you do, and I acknowledge, all that effort that you have made into creating a good life for your communities and for yourselves. Wow, miigwech.
All right, Sam, you mentioned a ton about land-based learning and getting back onto the land. And when I was going through all of the information that you all talked about last night, that was one of the things that came out loud and clear in every single topic that we went through yesterday was land-based learning, culture, and language. And so that is one of the themes that we're going to be working on today. So obviously that is of utmost importance. So there's a few things. I wanted to do a recap of the day, but before I do that, there's a few logistic things I need to talk about. One of them, if somebody has lost a teardrop silver-shaped pendant, it is an extremely sentimental piece for this person, and it's really important that we get it back to them. And so if anybody finds it, please bring it to me so that I can get it to the person who has lost it. Another thing, I need to remind you that there's some events taking place tonight. There's a paint night tonight. There's also a photo booth in Brent Olympics. If any of you have never taken part in Brent Edwards' Brent Olympics, they're wicked fun. I have never heard people laugh so hard as with the Brent Olympics that he did for me a couple years ago. You could hear people howling down the hall at the Valhalla. So super fun. If you have the opportunity to do that tonight, it's a lot of fun. And then also equipping the natural helper and quiz night. So that is on the list here as well. Also, just a reminder, there's the elders are here today. If you need some mental health support, if you need to chat, if you need to just be and sit, we have elders here in the amethyst room. Where's amethyst room? And then we also have the teepee with the sacred fire out front. Don't forget about the display tables that are out in the tent outside and also in the front hallway. A reminder, the copies of Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty's presentation, hard copies can be found at the table, at the registration table at the front. And also there is a contest to name the next mental health summit at the registration box at the front. If you haven't filled out a potential name for the mental health summit next year, I invite you to do that. At the end of tomorrow, we are drawing. We're not going to choose the name tomorrow, but we're going to choose one of the entries to win a Chromebook tomorrow. So that's at the front desk. Also, if you didn't sign in today, just a reminder to sign in. When I gave away the snowshoes at the end of the day yesterday, that was for all of you who signed in at the registration desk. It was all of the sign-in names. And so if you didn't sign in today, I invite you to find time sometime today to go to the registration desk because we will be drawing at the end of the day. Also a reminder, cell phones, if we have some presentations this morning, if you can just keep your cell phones on silent for sure. And then also if you can try and stay off your cell phones while we have presenters, that would be excellent. So So I didn't tell you a whole lot about myself yesterday, but I did want to share something with you so that you can understand where I'm coming from. For 16 years, I've had a consulting company, and I've had two arms to my consulting company. One arm is I've planned large events like this, the nitty gritty stuff, all the detail stuff. And then the other arm is I facilitate. And so I've been doing both arms simultaneously for 16 years. And during COVID, I realized that life is short and time is precious and time is finite. And I realized that I only want to do things that make me really, really happy, that feed my spirit and fill my cup and make our communities better places to live in. And so as a result of that, I decided to sell the event planning portion of my company on January 28th. So I no longer plan events. I only do facilitation. I am focusing the rest of my career on building stronger communities in whatever way I can. And so when I say I'm so grateful to be here, when I say I'm happy to be here, when I say that you all fill my cup and feed my spirit by your sharing yesterday, I am honored to be a part of this, and I thank you for allowing me to be a part of this and to hear your stories. And I am very, very grateful to be here. And so with that, I wanted to start that because a lot of times, especially during COVID, we get lost in the negative. And the stuff that we're talking about is really heavy for over the 3 days. And so I really wanted to start today with a bit of an attitude of gratitude. And so for those of you who were here yesterday, I want you to think about yesterday, think about the things that you heard, think about the things that you saw, think about the process we went through. And I want you to just think about one thing you are grateful for from yesterday. And I'm going to ask a couple people to share. There might be prizes involved. So I just want you to think about one thing you are grateful for from yesterday. And then for those that are online, we have one prize for those that are online. And so the first person that writes the thing that they're grateful for into the comments on Zoom, you get the prize. So I'll give you 30 seconds and then I'm coming around with a mic to hear what you're grateful for. Does anybody have one thing that they'd like to share that they are grateful for? Chris, you have one. This is our online person. Oh, just wait, please.
Our first person online is Gina, and she is grateful for the weather.
For the weather. So Gina's going to, no, actually, I'm going to stop that. No, I wanted to be grateful for something that happened in the summit yesterday. So we're all grateful for the sun, but something specific about what you learned, what you saw, what you heard, the interactions you had, something specific about the space here yesterday. Oh, yay, look at you. I was waiting for you to go, bingo!
I'm grateful for people supporting Two-Spirit Youth and seeing a lot of stickers there. Yeah.
There you go. Thank you so much. You what? Okay.
My auntie bringing me here.
Oh, I love it. Aunties are awesome. I'm going to get my steps in today.
Thank you.
I'm grateful for the community that's talked about so much and how we all came together with different communities yesterday as one and was able to discuss all of our ideas and everything. And it gives me hope for our goal for the summit.
Excellent. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, do we have one more? I think I feel like giving, oh, look at you. Wave your hand, wave your hand. I got one.
The crazy old lady here.
Hold on a second. Did you see how she just grabbed that microphone out of my hand? She wants to own it.
I'm going to get in the front and be the facilitator today. Just kidding. I'm grateful to be here. I enjoy my time with the youth girls I hang around with. My daughter says to me, says, Mom, you're always hanging around with young ladies. I said, I know, I learn lots from them. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll get you your prize in a minute. And we're going to do one more. I see somebody waving their hand at me right here.
I'm just an elder. Hey. I am an elder, and it's nice to see all the familiar faces. I've worked for so many years, and I know some of the faces from the years that I've been in lots of workshops. And it's nice to see all of you. And we thank the Creator for giving us a new day, okay? And this elder loves you all. Thank you.
I love it. That is a great way to end this part. I'll get to your prize in a few minutes. Chris, do you have somebody online? Did somebody say? So I'm not discounting that somebody liked the weather. It's awesome that we like the weather, but I just wanted to hear something a little bit more.
Amanda Julian is thankful for sharing the knowledge.
Excellent. Can you just write Amanda's name down and we'll get her a prize? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Did you see the two? All right. I'm going to do a bit of a recap of yesterday here. Prithvi, can you put up my PowerPoint for me, please? All right. So while you were all working on stuff in the afternoon, I had my assistant sitting right over here typing furiously the stuff from the morning. And then last night, she worked through dinner to get everything typed up. So I do have everything scribed in terms of what was on the stickies yesterday. Sorry, the comfort monitor here keeps knocking out. So let me just go here. So when I was looking through all of the information on the sticky wall yesterday, it became very apparent that there were specific themes that came out for each topic. And so for those of you who like to follow agendas, we're going to go a little bit off agenda today. We're going to stick with the same timing. We're going to stick with the same sort of cafe style as we did yesterday, but I'm just going to change the themes up a little bit. So when I was going through all of the sticky notes that you had, for the addictions sticky notes, so that was the crisis and deaths, harm reduction, and prevention. The priorities that came out loud and clear that I heard from all of you through the sticky notes and through the flip charts was that land-based culture and language was a top priority that needs to be included in the strategy. Also, resources and capacity building. So a lot of your sticky notes centered around resources and capacity building. So whether the resources are money, people, training, and capacity building is training, it could be resources of space or land or time, any of those kinds of things. So it all sort of fell under resources and capacity building. And then the other theme or priority that came out of the addictions piece was education and awareness. And so today, when you're working this morning, you're going to be working on setting solutions. So a lot of you mentioned solutions yesterday, and so I've actually scribed everything. I have copies for people at your tables when it's time to do the work. So I don't want you to have to necessarily repeat yourself, but we need to still capture everything. So we're going to be talking about solutions around land-based culture and language. So those are specific solutions that we're going to be talking about. So we're going to drill it down to be very, very specific of these are the types of programs we need. This is what we should look at. This is where we could get information from, that kind of stuff. So addictions, the priorities were land-based culture and language, resources and capacity building, and education and awareness. For suicide prevention, is that what's up, Prithvi? Okay, sorry, I can't see the screen, so I'm just guessing here. So suicide prevention, that was, suicide prevention and life promotion was a big theme, and then underneath that yesterday was crisis and deaths, harm reduction, and prevention. So the priorities that came out really loud and clear with that one, when I was looking at all the sticky notes, was again, land-based culture and language was one of the themes. Resources and capacity building, so that was a theme in both of the main topics. But in suicide prevention and life promotion, the final theme that came out really loud and clear is youth-led or youth empowerment and involving the youth somehow. So those are the three priorities that you're going to be working on today to do some brainstorming. And then the final one was grief and loss, and the sub topics that y'all talked about yesterday was supports, services, and strategies and tools for coping. And the priorities that came out of that one, again, land-based, culture, and language. So it's really apparent that that needs to be sort of woven through the entire strategy in every aspect of the strategy. Resources and capacity building, again, that was through all three of them. But the final one for grief and loss was systems navigation and coordination of services. So how do we get people working together? How do we get the systems talking to each other? How do we get people to know where they need to go? And so those are the things that you're going to be working on today. So today is all about solutions. It's all about thinking outside the box. It's all about being innovative in your thinking and coming up with new ideas. Or using ideas from 100 years ago that we've lost, that you've all lost. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. I'm so excited to see what that sticky wall is going to look like at the end of the day, because it's going to have lots of stuff from your brains on the wall. So very, very excited to do that. We have note takers and facilitators that are going to be doing the same thing. So they're going to walk you through it, but it's going to be a great day. And I'm very excited to see what the end of the day looks like. All right. Any questions about that? As always, if you have questions throughout the day, just come and see me. I'm hanging around and not going anywhere. So we have a panel presentation this morning on land-based healing. Sorry, hold on. It's right here. It's land-based healing and grief and loss. So we've got Arlene Ferries from Moose Factory here to present. And we also have Connie Gray McKay from Mishkagoguming Choose Life program, and she's going to be presenting on grief and loss. So I invite Arlene Ferries and Connie Gray McKay to join us up at the front here. Woot woot! Do you have a present? Are you Connie? Yeah. Okay. So we'll get. Oh, I know. Do you want to go first? Yeah. Okay. Oh, Arlene's coming right now. Do you know how to use that? No. Okay, so do you want Prudvi to just manage it for you? You just say slide forward? You can't even see it. You're going to be able to see it here, hopefully, in a second. Oh, okay, that's where we can see it from? Yeah, there it is. Okay. Do you want Prudvi to control the slides?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay. And you can just talk generally into that.
Okay.
One at a time, but you can
One
sit
at a
here.
time,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can-
Good morning, Bojo. Gika Goethe. I asked how long do I have, and they said you have 10 minutes, and I thought, how am I going to do this in 10 minutes? So I was going to go and then talk really fast for 10 minutes, but I won't do that, of course. I just want to say, first of all, miigwech to the Creator. And I also want to acknowledge Jordan. Choose Life, it took the sacrifice of a child to get Jordan's principle and the wisdom of NAN leadership to get an intervener status to the court case, and that's how Choose Life was born. So it took a small boy to get us focused right and focused back on the land. So we acknowledge Jordan, we acknowledge the Creator. That it took a child for Jukshkozeng to wake up. So what I want to talk about is the Choose Life program in Mish. And what's really unique about Choose Life is that in the 49 communities in NAN, every community is different. Their program is developed by them and it's implemented by them. So our Choose Life program may be different from other communities, and that's okay because all of us are unique in how we need to address our issues. So Mishkigogmang being on the highway has seen a lot of trauma. It's good to have a highway, but there's also a lot of stuff that comes with that highway. And we've seen lots of addictions, a lot of loss through addictions. And I had an opportunity to come home and be an education director, and then I got elected and I was there for 22 years. So I had the opportunity, and I feel like I have an advantage because I had a chance to be a counselor and a chief for a while. So I got to hear a lot of the stories and I got that direction. So in 2017, when when I was diagnosed with cancer, I had to refocus. It was probably the best thing that happened to me because it really gave me a chance to really, it's like what that lady said earlier, decide what's the priority, what's important. And on August 3rd, the last proposal I handed in as chief was the Choose Life. What should Choose Life look like for Mish? August 3rd. And I went for surgery sometime in August in the 20s. I know it was during the Dryden Fair because I had to lug myself around there with all kinds of tubes and stuff. That was exciting. But anyway, I promised my grandkids that I would take them, so I took them. But during that time, I looked at what would be best for Mish in terms of what the elders had said over the years. And so in September, when the council, after they got elected and got their feet wet, they said, well, it's your idea. I think you should do it. So off to Pashkogan I went. So Pashkogan was, there was a school out there, and in the 70s and 80s, there was families that lived out there who didn't want to live right in the community. They wanted a school right where they were. So they would boat in, they would skidoo in, and during freeze up and break up, they wouldn't obviously go to school. So there was a facility out there already, and late Roy Kaminowash had a cabin out there, so there was a school facility. And then over the years, we had used it for different things, like the Aboriginal Healing Foundation, which, you know, came and it went just like every other funding. It comes, it gets you ready, and then they whip the funding from you. So we got this facility. So this is the picture. So the first thing we saw when we got there, September 8th, I remember the day, we went with the health director and others. I believe Rosemary McKay was with us. So this is the facility that we saw, Pashkogan Healing Lodge, and that was on the ground, and it had been used, and I think it's always been meant to be a place of healing. So these are the cabins. This you can go to the next slide. It's going to be a quick, so it just shows you like the condition of the cabins, the condition of the grounds. Next. This is what it looked like. That's the big building is the big school building. Next. And the three smaller cabins were built by SLAM projects. And the family, the Meskash, there was 3 brothers and their wives. So they did all the logs, and they were just all, you know, all these cabins had pretty much fallen in. And so we took detailed pictures of everything. Next, you can see the smoke rack is all grown in, the grounds are grown in. And I think even a bear had come through the front window of the old school building. So it was pretty daunting, like when we went up there and said, how are we gonna do this? There's gonna be a lot of work to get this up and going. Next. And go back to the heart. I wanna talk a little bit about the heart. Next one. So an elder had told us, what you guys are doing is manatan imitin, which is sacred boundary teachings. When you're doing healing work, is you got to teach people about sacred boundaries. What you're doing is mending the hearts of the people. So we stayed with that logo. So it stayed with us right through the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. It was Eva Skunk that named manatan imitin, which means to respect each other. There's that sacred boundaries. Manatan imuin is like, you know, respecting yourself. So there's a lot of meanings, but it's all about respect. So that logo was still there from the Healing Foundation. And that's where the bear came in, that window there in the corner. Gotta love nature. So these are just continued pictures of the camp, and we just want to show you like the disrepair of the camp. And over the years, like over the years, this shows Choose Life is probably the first funding that I've known that actually reflects your needs, because you're the one that proposes what you want, what you would like to do. And this is the kitchen and piles of mattresses all covered because of, you know, sometimes you get bug problems. But it just shows you, this is just a snapshot of what was at the camp, and see that stove, it's a drum. It's kind of dangerous, but it keeps you warm. So anyway, this is still the camp. This is still the old part of the camp. Okay, so in order to get this camp fixed up, in 9 weeks, we had to move stuff by boat, by pontoon. It was probably $80,000 worth of supplies by boat. So it took 9 weeks. It took 9 people to get the grounds ready. So just keep going and you'll see the heavy work. Many of you probably know that because, you know, living up north, everything is manual labor. So sometimes it was scary. The pontoon boat sometimes was barely sticking out of the water, but we got her done. I really appreciate the core group that started. They were all really, they always lived on the land, so they knew what was required. And it was a daunting task for them. And they stuck around with us for a while. So they had to actually lift every one of those smaller houses up using air jacks. And they even dropped a marble just to show us how good they are. They dropped a marble in the middle of the floor and it didn't even move. That's how good they are, these guys. So a lot of work. Roofs had to be done. Lots and lots of work. So one of the things we saw is that gas is so expensive, so we had solar panels put in. So every cabin has solar panels. The main lodge has solar panels, and then you don't have to hear the generator too. We now have a bigger generator in for backup, so when you get a toaster going or even just a coffee pot, blows the power. So we restored the kitchen. You saw what it was like before. And all this stuff had to be carried out. It was like we're constantly moving things all the time. And one of our counselors had a bright idea. You should build a schoolhouse out here, because what we were doing is when we had workshops, we would be in the main lodge, the table, and then everybody would have to leave, and then we'd clean it off really good, and then back in there to do the workshop. And she says, well, you guys should build a schoolhouse. So there we go. We built a schoolhouse. And that was Marianne's fault. Got us into building a school. So we got a school building. We have a wood shop. We've now built 3 additional cabins. A cabin by the water to store the skidoos and everything to be stored and taken care of properly, where the motors. We have a sauna out there, because a lot of times when people are withdrawing, you need to get in the sauna. And now we're finishing up a shower house. So we'll actually have shower facility out there. So this is inside the school building where they do a lot of the, all the stuff, the teachings and all that. So we've been running, this is going to be our 5th intake for the 28-day treatment program. So in the mornings they do the AA program. Because the problem is addiction. Why are we in addiction? We have to understand that it's got a hold of us. And in the afternoons, they go into psychoeducation. They'll do different topics like grief. It could be suicide, just to educate them. Because when you talked about education and awareness, what they were doing, recap, that's what people are. Because when you're in addiction, you're not learning anything because you're busy thinking about your addiction. So we want to educate them. So that's what they do in the afternoons. And then on weekends or evenings, they'll have an AA meeting, and they'll also make their own moccasins, because the whole idea is you're walking a new path. And they'll do their own ribbon skirt. Or now this rotation, this group, they're going to be doing their own ribbon shirts. So doing stuff with your hands, they do quilling too, their own medallions. So this is some of the cabins. A lot of work has gone in. So all the cabins are pretty much now the way they should be. They have proper heat boards. They're actually stoves. They're not 45-gallon drums. Safety is really important. And this is an older picture of the school. You'll see it now. So just keep going, clicking. Those are the new cabins. And I think we have 5 skidoos, and those are inside the cabins. So each cabin has 5 to 6 beds in them. They all have a table. And then now we've had to, sometimes in some of the intakes, like women's, will have a little urinal because people don't want to go out because there's bears out there. So we put those in there. And there's no walls in these cabins. It's like one big room. So this is the main lodge. We've kind of moved things around now, but this is the main lodge. And this was the school building. It was like K to grade 8. And a lot of the families the kids that went out there now, they're in their 30s. They're all grown up. And some of them have come back and amazed to see what's happened there. So this is the lodge, just the way we've changed it around a little bit. So got in there. And this one here in the main lodge, we made one little room there, a counseling room. So if people want to be, if they get triggered or whatever, something happens in the session, they can go there or they can go on the land as well. But we have a room. And this next group of pictures is just some of the different stuff that we do at PASH. There's me trying to cut a fish. But anyway, we had a women's group. We said, hey, we should have a bonfire outside. And all of a sudden, Edna disappears, and there she's shoveling she's a doer. And then we did some stuff. And then we built also a paragola out there. It's like a swing set that's outside, and the kids really love that. But this year has been kind of hard being outside because the mosquitoes are just like deadly. Don't want to be outside. And then just some of the stuff that we do, the graduations that we've had through the intakes. And then we try to do both traditional and, so we have sweat lodges out there, but we also do church stuff because we have to understand that people, I have to give people a choice and respect people's choices. So we had a church meeting out there, and there's the paragola. We had some volleyball out there with that first intake. We had 18 people that wanted to do something about their addictions. Since we've started the intakes, we've had 52 people go through the program. And feeling that they really need to, first time they didn't get it, and I think I need to go back. So it's good that people are actually thinking about that. And we had a youth retreat out there. And I don't know if you know Carol Rowland, but she was out there with a paintball gun. Pretty deadly, that lady. But anyway, we had the youth out there, and they really liked it. And this was in August, and we're going to try to get them together again. And there's Steve. He's teaching the youth how to cut up fish and that, because a lot of them haven't done that kind of stuff. So he was showing them. See, there's the paintball. And then they played this other game. It's called Spotlight, and it's nighttime. You have to go in the middle of the night, and they can hear Carol shuffling. And they said, hey, Carol, we know that's you. But anyway, when they did the paintball, I think she wore like 10 layers of clothes, she said. But she's skinny, so she can do that. I couldn't. Anyway, and there's a bunch of other stuff we do through Choose Life. So we have 3 aspects of Choose Life in the community. We have the community activities, which is things like trappers, courses, beading, those kind of things that you can do right in the community. And then we have the land base, which is stuff that happens at PASH or Commemoration Road or Minaco. There are different camps. And then the third component of our Choose Life program, which is really critical, is the case management part. That's where the case manager, the clinician, the counselors, which are on a rotating basis, 10 of them, 10 days at a time that come in. And that's what all these forms are. And these are some of the activities. This is Commemoration Road. So we just set up camp at Commemoration Road. People can come and stay there, eat. I think that's what they do all the time. Eat traditional food, set nets, eat some more. So just getting together. So what I really want to highlight, and I've seen this and I heard this through the different Choose Life programs, is the fact that our programs do not have a proper facility to house ourselves. And I feel really blessed by our community leadership. The band office apparently was condemned, like a building that couldn't, but the welfare office was still in there and the post office. So we asked for it and they gave it to us because they're going to get a new building. So what we did is fix it up. So these are just highlights of our office. So you see, first thing we had to do is deal with the basement where the snakes were. So we had concrete, rebar, everything. I don't mind snakes, Neen, but anyway, some people don't like them. I know our secretary, when I was the chief, she called me. She says, "There's a snake in the basement." She says, "Yeah, but I'm in Thunder Bay," I told her. That's where my office was, in the basement. Anyway, so we did concrete on the floor. And then the next picture is, I didn't want to put walls up. I wanted to put partitions so that we can move the walls because I like moving stuff around. So we got partitions. And in the basement, we have, these are all the walls, movable walls. It's a pretty big, big space. And then we have things like sliding party. We had Jag even sliding that time. I was one of them going down the hill. But we have events like this where people get together. We had a snowshoe race, and actually the lady that won is like in her 60s. She says, "Yeah, Kokum," right at the end, eh? Couldn't believe it. She beat everybody. That's Hazel. So these are some of the events that we've had. And of course, COVID put a stop to everything. So now we got to get back into, getting people together and feeling okay to be together. So these are some of the pictures of sliding parties. We had like log cutting contests. We had a whole bunch of stuff going on. We even had that thing where you, that motorcycle thing where you go vroom, vroom, vroom on a skidoo, though. It was a lot of fun. Go back to that picture. Next one. Okay, so now we have the office, which was the old band office. This is our front reception area. A lot of the pictures that are on the wall, the wooden, are local artists. Next. This is our front reception, still part of our front area. And then in the kitchen, we really made a big, nice kitchen. We made a around, you can teach baking. So go back to the kitchen, see, it's really beautiful kitchen. We had Mystic come and, and then that's our boardroom in the corner. And then our hallways. In this area where you see the photo machine, that's where all the forms are. So the counselors, when they come in, that's the forms that they all use and all the manuals. And I'll just go quickly through the manuals. And that's my messy office. And next. And that corner office, that's the land-based office. And then the second one is the office for the visiting professionals. So if somebody comes like probation or see clients, we always have an office there. A lot of times a clinician sits in there because she doesn't have an office of her own. Next. Our hallways with all our pictures, and then we have a timeline on the wall. And this is the children's therapy room. So the children have their own room where they can be seen, children, youth. And then this is the adult therapy room. Because when you're dealing with children and their behavior, their suicide, we have to deal with the parents. Because it's the parents' unstableness that causes kids to act up. So we have to deal with the parents. You have to work with the parents, and actually that's where you need to start. So this room is the room where we keep our files, those big cabinets. You could not move those. And I'm going to tell you a quick story about that cabinet. So late Donna Roundhead was the case manager at that time. This is where the case manager assistant sits and reviews all the case notes and forms and that. So that cabinet, the very first one we got, it was 3:00 in the afternoon. We asked one of the land-based guys, "Can you go get the cabinet? It's at the garage." So 4:30, he's still not back. So I text him, "Where's the cabinet?" He said, "I took it to Pashakogan." So he went all the way down the highway. They lifted up this 500-pound cabinet into the boat, 20 minutes on the water, up the hill to where the school building. I said, "Well, bring it back." Down the hill, right across the water. And we actually had to cut part of the steps in order to get this cabinet in. But the reason why I bring this cabinet up is the most important thing in the work we're doing is trust. That these files are not looked into by anybody but the case manager, the clinician, and the counselors when they have to follow up. They only have access to this. I don't have any business in there. I don't have access to these files. And we find that a lot of the people that are referred to us are self-referrals. People come and ask for help. To me, that says a lot. It means a lot that we have trust. And that's the biggest thing when you're working with mental health is you have to have the trust of the people you're working for. Next. This is the case manager's office. We just lost our case manager. She got elected. Kudos for her. I know she'll do a good job. So I'm looking for a case manager now. Really key position. And I had to put the bathrooms in there. In the women's washroom, we have a little kids' washroom, little toilet, but we have bears there doing the essential job of making sure the toilet paper. But I wanted to show the washroom and the whole restoration of this office. I wish I had before pictures of the band office, but we don't. Okay, so now downstairs. This is the craft area in one of the pictures. Also the sewing area, the craft area. That's those there. And okay. And we have a music area, a music corner. So we have all kinds of instruments, none of which I can play. And we're looking for somebody to teach music because we know that kids have different kinds of gifts. So music, crafts, and then we have our products. So when people take program, we always give them bling. Everybody loves free stuff. So we have cups, we have caps, we have bags, towels. And then the other thing we notice is that through our evaluations, people always need clothes. So we have like a free clothing downstairs. People donate clothes. And now this is the lodge, the way it is now. So it's been fully restored. Late Roy's house now is the rec hall. It's the biggest building, which is this one. So that's where we have that page. Back to the blue walls. Because when people are taking program, they have a lot of energy. So we have weights out there. Next page, yeah, that one. So we have weights and people can get together, dartboards and all that kind of stuff. This is at Pash again. Okay, next. And then this is the wood shop. People like to do stuff with their hands. So we have a wood shop. They can learn to do different things like paddle making, whatever. Next page. And I had to do the outhouses because it was the grossest thing out there. We had these old outhouses. That little one, that's a kid's one. So that came out of the evaluation. The women's, they said, you got to have a little kid's washroom. Then it would, acknowledge the kids. So that little one is and then we got proper washrooms that you can actually wash the walls and, because it's gross when you have to use an outhouse. But anyway, this is the security building. That's where our security guys stay. It's the only 2 stories building out there. And now this is the school building that it's all been repainted. And I was saying, wouldn't it be nice to have a deck here? And then all of a sudden the guy sneakily made a deck. So it's a nice deck where you can do barbecues and stuff. And this is the main lodge building. We had to buy new furniture finally. That furniture's been out there forever. Okay, next. And we rechanged it around. Like, change is always good. Wash the walls. The women are the ones that go out there and do all this, take a crew of Terminators out there. Next, is that the last one? And then we built onto the main lodge a cafeteria. So we have a cafeteria off the kitchen. So that way when people eat, they can leave, and then it takes time to clean up and we don't have to move anybody around. So that's a big thing. And our cafeteria again. Yeah. In our kitchen, so proud of our kitchens. Our kitchens, both facilities have beautiful kitchens now. And of course, you know, having something for the kids. Those are all the new cabins. Often we put the ladies up by the main lodge. Yeah, that's just more pictures of the cabins. The shower house, which has taken 2 years to build, getting plumbers out there, but finally we are going to have a shower house. And we do evaluations after each intake, so those are really critical for us to see what we're doing good and what we're not doing so good. So it's always good. And that's inside of the shower house. So the stalls are going in. It's going to be exciting. And we don't have to lug laundry back and forth between Pashkogan and the main, which becomes another 4-day job for somebody to do laundry after an intake. And that's inside. So it'll be interesting winter because we got to keep this water warm all the time. Means the fire going, making sure there's propane to keep the propane heaters going. So we'll see how this winter goes. I'll tell you about it next summer. So that's Pashkogan. That just gives you, I think pictures always tell a story. And I brought with me an outline of the 28-day program, how it goes. And the manuals, these are the manuals that we use. So there's a participant copy. There's 18 manuals. And it starts off with getting to know your group, the history of our people in Canada as a collective, and then it goes into Mish history. What happened in Mish? Each book has a page, so the kids can write down what did they learn about that. So these are some of the stuff. So participant and facilitator. So if our counselors go out there, they have their own guide to help them, and it gives them energizers and all that. And we finally have manuals that are usable, because the first ones we got done were not usable. And then a core facilitator's guide, and that gives you an idea of, you know, the facilitator, what they need to know. And then I did a board. Well, actually, I shouldn't say I did. The PowerPoint, the boards, both boards were done by my assistant, which is Savannah. I wish she was here to take the credit, so I'll take the credit for her. So anyway, and these are all the forms. So I think the biggest thing when we're working with people is we have to make sure that we are providing that trust. And I think too, when you're working with mental health, because a lot of issues are really deep, paperwork is important. Access to that paperwork has to be very limited. So every counselor gets a form. When they finish their shift, they have to submit a form. How many people did they see? What were the presenting issues? And what are the case notes? And if there's a suicide ideation, you got to have a suicide risk, form, harm agreement. So those are all the different forms that we use. And I think it's really important because, if something ever happens to somebody, we have to be able to justify, did we service them properly? Did we do all that we can? Did we refer them to the supports that they need? Because the people we serve are so important. Like this intake is the smallest one. We have 5, but 1 is enough. When you think about it, these people are so important to us. They're our heart of what we do here. And if we don't, do the best that we can, we shouldn't be doing what we're doing. So basically that's my little presentation. Is it 5-10 minutes? So I didn't have to do the big deep breath. Okay. Yeah.
You had more than 10 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. So that's my little presentation, and I'm really grateful, and I'm really grateful to the council who have supported us in what we're doing, and I'm really grateful. Finally, I see that there's actual funding that really reflects what we're trying to do, And I respect all the Choose Life programs that they're doing because it comes from what they need, not what the government expects or what the government funds. And Aboriginal Healing Foundation, all it did was open things up for Mish, but it never continued the way it should have. When people were finally starting to talk about their traumas, the funding was pulled. So now we're back to this, and this is court ordered, so it's going to continue. So that's what gives me hope that we can do the work that we really need to do, and that's healing our families.
Amazing work, Connie. Thank you so much. So I'm gonna hold questions until Arlene is done. But I just have one question because I think a lot of people are going to ask it. I know you brought one copy of each of the manuals, like the facilitator guide and stuff. If somebody was looking to start something similar in their communities, could they access those guides from you somehow?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that why should you have to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to have these, made? We can share that.
I love it.
Yeah.
Sharing the knowledge. Amazing. Wonderful. And so would they just contact you, or will you? Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, Arlene, I will turn it over to you.
Project. I need Nigmum Pipichu, it's castle. You soon do that. Singing Robin is my spirit name, Eagle Clan. And my government name on all my identifications is Arlene Ferris from Moose Factory. Before I want to start, I want to sing a song. I got some ladies over there, my backup. We're all from the West Albany area, and my choir. No, I'm gonna sing out there. The song we're gonna sing is "Thanking Creator for Giving Us Life." It comes from a youth in Quebec who was very suicidal and was going into the bush to hang himself, and he heard this song coming to him. Today he's a very his songs come to him automatically, like when he thinks of a song. So Okay, I was asked by Anna Betty. I met her up in Adwapiskat with one of our missing murdered women in WAC. And I told her the kind of work I did up north. And, she asked me to come and talk about what I did. But I'll talk a little bit about myself first. I'm from Moose Factory, born and raised in Moose Factory, and I'm an addict. I've been an addict for a good part of my life. Now I've been clean for about 17 years, and when I sobered up, I didn't know what to do, because I tried to work through my addictions, but my addictions were more powerful than what I wanted to do. I married my drug. Nothing kept us apart. I was always with my drug. I married it. Nobody came in between us for quite a long time. And then when I started, I have one son. He was born a cocaine baby. I was addicted to coke. And even though I had him, I still couldn't stop. I lost my son 2 years ago. I only had one kid. And it's pretty hard. I'm empty inside. I feel when people have more children than one, like they still have more kids. But when you only have one child, it breaks your heart completely, because you're empty. There's nobody there no more. But I got two beautiful granddaughters that he had left me with. And when I sobered up, I went back to the way our ancestors prayed. I went to ceremonies, and I cleaned up with all the garbage I carried all my life. And growing up, I never really liked school. I was always in trouble, trying to get myself kicked out. And finally they kicked me out. And then when I went home, they had told me, you either go to work or go in a bush. Because my uncle trapped all his life. I went in a bush. I went to learn in the bush. And that's what I did most of, in between my addictions, and I kept going in the bush off and on. Today I cleaned up and I became an addiction counselor. That's all I know is about drugs. It's right up my alley. I can handle addicts. My job is a 24/7. Especially when I go home to Moose Factory, when people see me there, they'll be knocking at my door 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, some of them are high, and some of them have triggers that they don't want to start. So I sit with them until they're feeling okay. Because we can't tell an addict to come back in the morning when it's 2 o'clock in the morning. You have to open the door when they want to talk. Because if you phone them tomorrow in the morning, they'll say, okay, I'm okay now. You got to open the door when they want to talk. It's not on your time. It has to be their time. And because I was there. And it took me a while. I always thought that I'd sober up on my own. I tried, but I couldn't. So I ended up going to treatment. And I've been clean now 17 years. And I've been in the working field, helping, trying to save lives. And it's good. I love my job. And not only that I do traditional teachings, I'm a pipe carrier, a sweat lodge carrier, and other ceremonies. So the work I do, I work along the James Bay coast. I work in Pewanik, Adwapiskat, Cache, Albany, and Moose Factory. And that's, sobering up and the work that I do, I was working at a treatment center when I first started. So when the traditional healing program started, when the residential school stories were right across Canada, they asked me to come and join the team. They need a woman, there was all men on the team. And I had a pipe and I did sweats. So I joined them and I've been with them since for the last 12 years with Mishkeguk. And this is the, I don't know how long I got, but I'm leaving after this to take off. You know, I was offered tobacco. When you're offered tobacco and you're asked to do something, you do it. I was offered tobacco last year. We're doing a Sundance in Quebec. We're training them because we trained them for 4 years when they get their Sundance. So when they asked me to come here, I phoned my cousin. I'm not coming to the Sundance. I'm going to be in Thunder Bay. No, you have to. They gave you tobacco. So I asked Anna Betty to put me on early. Okay, go on. Can you show my? This is me. I'm going to talk about the land base that I don't take pictures when I go places, so I had to ask people, because we made our PowerPoint the night we got here. I was asking him, can you send pictures? Okay. This is Cash Detox Center. It's way in a bush. We had to go in there by Skidoo, dress up really warm. We have a detox center in Saskatchewan. It's through Choose Life program too. And we also do aftercare. And we make medicines from the bush that the people drink. We make big pails and we constantly, because it cleans out their system. We have a nurse there, but the medicine that we use from the bush help. We never really had to send anybody out to the town because of their withdrawals. So we used our own medicine from the bush. And we had sweat lodges there. And we did our self-care in the morning. And this is all our stuff should be the. Anyways, there's two people in the front there. I think that's Teresa. my friend Teresa, I worked with her for the last 9 years. we did a lot of things together. And this is it there with all the wood we had to prepare. How come it keeps going off? Yeah. We went in by Screws, and it was really cold, and we have to keep our stove going all night. I'm a diabetic, and my insulin froze, and I didn't even use my insulin all the time. The whole time I was there. I don't need insulin in the bush. And this one here is this is a pilot project. This is in Fort Albany. If you look way in the back, that's James Bay, and it's a pilot project on working with grief with one family. We told they were going to send a couple of families out, but we said one, so we can focus on one. There were children there, and the family came. The first day, the children were bored because they didn't have their gadgets and all that. But the next day, they were okay. We got them to walk along the shore, pick up rocks, and paint on them while we worked with the family. And this is we're rough campers. There's our tents. That's an old goose camp where they cleared it up. We're rough campers. We were driven there, and our teepee. And this is our kitchen outside. There's preparing food, and when they took us there, and the man left. He said, "Are you guys going to be okay?" And we're only women and the kids. We said, "Yeah, we'll be all right." And they didn't even leave us an axe. We had no axe. I told Teresa, we could do it. We'll make a fire. We can do it. And we did it. Next. We survived that night. And this is the teepee where we did our circles. We had the fire going, and we did our programming in there, talking about grief. And we did cook into bannock on a stick. That's the kind of things we were doing. And the children really liked it. They didn't even talk about their gadgets the next day. And wait. That's a different. And that's the only pictures I could get out of that. And it worked. The pilot project worked. So they're asking us to come back again to take them out in the land. Because you know, when you go out in the land, you feel, you wake up, you kind of wake up because your ancestors lived there and you're waking them up. Everybody feels good in the bush when you go in a bush because you're there with your ancestors. That's our home. That's where we came from, and that's how we were there all the time. And I also do sharing circles with women because that was part of my job, to wake up the woman. And they go back again. And we taught how to drum. I got my friend over there that I first worked with. We taught women how to drum, sing songs. And this is at a woman's retreat. I do women retreats too. Okay, next. And I'm showing them how to make a domestic. We work on wild food. And then when I think about the stuff that I do, I'm glad I went to the bush. My school was in the bush. Now I'm showing people how to do stuff like this. I had good, we always, when we were kids, we used to go in the bush. We'd go in the middle of August. We'd travel out into the bay. About 3 hours, we'd ride in James Bay and go into Harricana River. My mom came from Quebec, and my dad came from the Cache area, Old Post. And that's where we went. And grown up with my aunties and my kukum and everybody else that grew up in the bush, they showed us how to respect animals. We had respect in the bush. When they killed an animal, they dragged the moose up the bank. The elders would stand around admiring it. They'd talk about it. If it was muddy, they'd wipe their face off. They'd clean it up. That's where I seen that respect for animals, not to be mean to them and not to kill more than you need. And we were taught that. And my kukum was the boss in the bush. Woman ran the camp. All the men did was hunt. And we took care of the camp. We got water, we got wood, everything we needed for the camp. We did, and when the men came back, we cleaned their what they had hunted, and that's all he did. And my gukum was the boss. When kids argued or even adults argued, my gukum spoke. Nobody argued. Case was closed. She was the boss. So we had that respect. We grew up with respected elders. Because as children too, they'd tell us, go help that lady or go see if they need water, because we didn't have running water or flush toilets, or make sure they have wood in their porch. They were telling us to go work for the elders. So that's what we did. And the next one. Oh, this is in Adwabascut. We did a missing murder walk. We walked around the village. Okay. There I am drumming. I try not to take pictures of people because I didn't ask permission. Can I take it? Only Teresa. Only Teresa. You can see her. Right, next. This is the snowshoe walk. I also work in Cache. Every winter, the women do a 50-mile snowshoe walk. And go back to it. This is all healing, healing from when I went to, because I do ceremonies, and we have a thing called a night lodge, a shake tent. And one time an old lady came out and said, "Where are you, woman? I do not feel your woman anymore. You have to walk on the ground in order to feel me. So my friend in Cash was planning a snowshoe walk, and I said, okay. And I told her about the ceremony that we went to. The Grandmother Earth wants to feel us. We have to walk on snowshoes. So, and I went with them. And when we started off, were all in one line so we can make our own trail. And we prayed and they were singing for us. And we joined in. And they did a 50-mile walk up to my friend's trapping ground. But today they drive them to the camp and they walk back. So she does that every winter. Okay, next. Oh, this is in Manitoba. I went to a medicine school where we learned about medicines. I went there for 4 years, like every plants and trees, and they all grow different times, eh? And so we went there in June and July, and I learned how to make medicine. I know how to make arthritis, cold medicine, and eczema, stuff like that. Because when COVID started 2 years ago, back in Moose Factory, we made a bunch of medicine and we were just giving it out because it helped the lung. It was a lung medicine. We had a bunch of maybe about 5 different trees in there, and we handed it out. And this is my sweat lodge. I'm a sweat lodge carrier. I do sweats for children's sweats, healing sweats, and individual sweats. And the best part is when I do children's sweat, because we're sitting all in there, and I said, okay, you got to say your names because Creator wants to know who's praying. And about 4 of them were already sleeping because they get comfortable in there. You can hear them snoring. Because that represents our mother's womb, the sweat lodge. And it's dark in there. And when I do woman's sweat, I do 28 rocks for the cycle. And I do men's mixed sweat. It's 32. And on children's sweat, we only use 16 rocks. Yeah. Next, and this is our sweat fire. We use fire lots. When somebody passes away, we have a 4-day. We light our fire for 4 days so people can go put tobacco in and pray. And that fire represents when people leave this earth. They say it represents a light, or it's for where they're going. We help them leave Earth the first 2 days, and then the people pick them up the second 2 days, and they take them home. And it represents that. And this is I do walking out ceremonies too. This is my granddaughter. Can you go back to that first one? That's it. We have to get up early. A walking out ceremony is when a baby's born, they're not allowed to touch the ground until they know how to walk, maybe a year later. And we set up at the teepee, and the little girls are dressed as like gookums, old ladies, and they carry a backpack of wood on their back and an axe because women take care of camp. And go next picture. And so when they get to that tree, they pretend to cut boughs because they put boughs down for the ground on their floor. Yeah. And it's so cute because after they're done, they're walking out, they're allowed to they're touching the grass, and because they never touched it, and they're running around all over. They're all excited because they touched the ground now. And then we pass the baby around, we welcome them. We talk to the parents and tell them how to raise your children with love and good memories that they'll remember. And like once you have a kid, it's not about you anymore, it's about the baby. You want them to raise in a good life. Oh, this is me. I'm singing at the Parliament Hill. I went to some, I don't know what was going on, and they asked me, hey, do you have your drum? I said, yeah, can you sing a song? So I sang a song there. Next. And this is traditional cooking. I work in Constance Lake on contract work to people. They invite me to come and this is what you call a sagabon. What happened to it? It's a goose hung up by a string. And you see bannock on a stick. I think Teresa made that. And they never seen it before. They never seen it before. And they're all excited. And so every time we go there, we try to cook something different to teach them. Next one. And this is domestic. It's dried goose, where it's deboned right around. That's kind of work. I show people how to make those. So, next. Well, that's me checking the domestics. We put it on. It's just smoke. We don't make a big flame. We smoke them. Next. And this is a Sundance. This is where a lot of healing's done. We see a lot of emotions come out, and this is one of the highest ceremonies of all of our ceremonies, the Sundance. You give up food and water from Monday to Sunday, and you dance, you pray. And that's me and my sister and my nephew, whom I lost, was murdered on the streets of Sudbury last year because of drugs. Next. And that's the lodge. That's our church. It's where we go and pray all weekend. It's finished now because we're some ceremonies we're not allowed to take pictures. Like we didn't take pictures through the Sundance till it was over. Oh, is that it? I didn't even. I thought there was one more. I wanted to show a picture of my friend. I guess it's not on there. Yeah. And then what the other things I do too, I do workshops. I'm a facilitator, a guest speaker. I do my life story, the historical journey of our people, reconnecting to our spirit, and living a clean life. Addictions and drugs, residential school and trauma. And the ceremonies are full moon, woman circles, birthing ceremonies, fasting, walking out, woman pipe ceremony, and we do woman and man ceremony. We feast our bundles and whatever we have. And we also do a berry fast for when girls start their time. Yeah, I think I covered everything. I want to thank Annabetta for I'm selling myself here. for me coming up. I'm glad I came. And okay, that's it. Thank you.
Wow. Such wisdom and knowledge shared with all of us today on all of the great work that that is happening in your communities. Thank you so much, ladies. I just need to acknowledge that Arlene said that she's been clean for 17 years. Can we get a big clap for 17 years clean? Arlene, she's not even listening. Arlene, they just gave you a great big clap because you're 17 years clean and you missed it. Do it again. Yay! Anyway, so on behalf of everyone in this room, I thank you for joining us today, for sharing your knowledge, for sharing your wisdom, for being open to sharing your resources so that others can do great work in their community and not have to recreate the wheel. So thank you. This is for you. Thank you. Did you say you're leaving right away? Can I have a hug? I love hugs. Thank you. Safe travels home. And then I have one for you too. Can I have a hug? Okay. So Connie's going to leave these so you can look at the forms. They can take these, right, if they want. These ones are theirs, or no?
You can actually photocopy them if they want.
Okay.
Because they're good, but I would want, this is my master.
Okay. So, all right. So we're going to leave. Are you leaving, Connie, or are you here for the? Okay. All right. So it is, does anybody have any questions before our two phenomenal presenters have to leave? What's that? We got some business over here for you. They want your business card. Oh, yeah. All right. So it is, can you leave them with me? Or if you have some, if you leave them with me, I can hand them out to people who want them. So if you want a business card, come and see me and I'll get that to you. So it is 10:45 right now. We're going to take break until 11. When you come back, there are going to be tables that have the chairs up. Don't sit at those tables. I want to push everybody to tables 1 through 18. So don't sit at a table when you come back unless it's got a table number on it, because we're going to be doing the same work we did yesterday. Well, a little bit different, but the same process. So when you come back from break at 11 o'clock, please sit at a table with a table number on it. Thank you.
Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith by our peoples. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truth about the treaties and the colonial, racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected our peoples from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and support the many First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The Nan Territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The display was created after the 7 Youth Inquest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties, and unfortunately to this day that treaty agreement between First Nations people and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 1876. The goal of the Act was to assimilate First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run, government-funded schools. Thousands of our children never came home. The act created reserves. It gave Indigenous peoples European names. It made it illegal for us to practice our ceremonies, and it denied us the right to vote until 1960. The effects of the Indian Act impact us to this very day. The act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths that are out there in this country. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me as a First Nations person here in Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't even get enough funding or tuition money to go to post-secondary education.
The trauma and the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the reality is that my generation have lived through this trauma. They've all experienced being raised by parents who were not ready to be parents. You know, what do you expect by people who've been raised in the residential school system? You know, they were taught to hate their own language. They were taught to hate their brown skin. They were taught to hate their long hair. They were taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that has lived on through generations that exist today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other, but there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the future the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties, that need for that fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this. And we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one, so all of our children and grandchildren could benefit from this land.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect the wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
All right, we're going to get started in a couple minutes. So I invite you to come and sit at a table that has a table number at it. If the seats are up, do not sit at that table because there's not going to be a facilitator there. So we'll get you sitting at a table, and then we'll get started momentarily. If you are a facilitator or a note taker and you haven't picked up your paper and markers yet, come and see Aaron over at the sticky wall, please. Before we get started, I will tell you that Connie has decided that the best thing to do is to send PDFs of all of the manuals. She's going to send it to her contact at NAN. And so if you are looking for any of Connie's manuals, I don't know who you should call at NAN, but I'll let you know shortly. If you're just getting in the room, I invite you to sit at a table that doesn't have 5 people at it already. If there's empty seats, find an empty seat at a table that the chairs are not up at, please. Hello, come in, welcome. Time to make the magic happen. So if there's already 4 or 5 people at your table, I invite you to find another table that there is not 4 or 5 people at, please, that has a number on it. We've got some empty tables over. So come on in and grab a seat, folks. Time to put your, oh no, it's not time to put your brains to work. It's time to play a game. Because I have a prize to give out, and it's a really good prize. So how many people have played rock, paper, scissors here before? You guys know rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors has solved wars in my house with my 2 children. We've used that to make decisions. Prudvi, I'm gonna want some like upbeat music in a few minutes. If you could just cue some in a second. So I want to play a rousing game of rock, paper, scissors, and I'm going to say that I have stolen this game from the amazing Stan Wesley from Moose Factory. I've used it a number of times, and he's the one who taught me how to do this, and so I'm giving him props because he's pretty spectacular. Anyway, how many people here know how to play rock, paper, scissors? Not you. We're going to teach you how to play it. All right. Can I get a volunteer to come up here and play rock, paper, scissors with me? You're not getting a prize for this, just so you know, but I just need a volunteer. So who would like to volunteer to help me? Okay, come on up, Martha. All right, Martha. So if you could show us, by putting your hand in the air, what does rock look like? Rock looks like this. What does paper look like? What does scissors look like? Okay, so what beats rock? Paper beats rock. What beats paper? Scissors beat paper. What beats scissors? Rock beats scissors. Okay, so when you're playing rock, paper, scissors, it's 1, 2, 3, and then you throw it. So you throw whatever one you want to go. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then you throw it. You don't throw it on 3, you throw it after 3. So it's 1, 2, 3, and then you throw it. Okay, everybody try that. 1, 2, 3, throw. Okay, All right. So what we're going to do is play an entire room game full of rock, paper, scissors. You're gonna listen to some music. So what you're going to do is you're going to have 3 rounds with one person. So you're going to get up and you have to start this game at the beginning. You're not allowed to start halfway through because it looks like so much fun. So if you don't get up and start playing at the beginning, you got to stay sitting because that'd be cheating a little bit. So what you're going to do is you need to walk around the room, find a partner. You're going to have 3 rounds. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 walks to the next person, and the loser joins by touching their shoulders and walking around the room. So then I find another pair. The winner finds another pair, and whoever wins that one, the loser joins the train at the back of the winner. So at the end, you're going to have 2 big trains of winners. Okay? Super fun. We're going to listen to some good music. So what you need to, let's practice here, Martha. So Martha and I are going to have a game here. So remember, 1, 2, 3, and then throw it. So 1, 2, 3, throw. Oh, yeah, one for me. I did scissors, she did paper. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, throw. Oh, 1 and 1. 1, 2, 3, throw. Oh, tie. 1, 2, 3, throw. Oh, Martha wins. So then, because Martha won, I will now join her, and she will find somebody else who's a winner from another pair, and then she will throw down 3, and the winner of that one, the losers will join the trail, right? So you're going to end up with trains. So whoever wants to play, stand up. It's super fun, and I have a really good prize. Like, seriously, a really good prize. I want to play because I want the prize, but unfortunately, that's against the rules. Okay, so if you want to play, get up, walk around, find a partner, and throw down 3. The winner finds another partner. The loser joins the trail. So play some music, get up and walk around, find a partner. Okay, get up, and if you're standing, get up and walk around, find a partner. Get out of your comfort zones. Okay, if you found a partner, throw 3 times. I don't need to do it from here on. You guys throw 3 times. Once you have a winner, the loser joins the train. All right, so once you have the winner of 3, the loser joins the train, and then the winner finds another team. So who's the winner here? Who's the winner here? Okay, so you join behind there. So once you have a winning team, woo, woo! Here we go. I love the competition. Once you have a winner, find another team. We got a team over here. We got right here. Oh yeah, make the trains nice and long. Who's the winning on this crew? Okay, so you join behind her. Yeah. Throw it down good with some power. Here we go. Who's looking for a team? There we go. You're looking for a team? This one will be ready. Okay, go here. Yeah, baby, look at those trains starting. Throw it down. You looking for a team? Okay, put your hand up if you're looking for a team. Yeah. You're looking for a team to beat. I need 2 prizes. Look at this. I love it. Here we go. Are you looking for someone to play? Throw down with power. Oh, here we go. Pressure's on. Okay, who's the winner here? Okay, so where's the end of your line? You're at the beginning? There's only 2 of you? Oh, okay. Okay, so how many trains do we have? Who's the head of the trains here? Wait, who's the head of the trains? Put your hand up if you're ahead of a train. Put your hand up if you're the head of a train. Okay, so we got hands up if you're the head of a train. It looks like we have 3 trains left. How is that train over there just 4? We've got like gigantic trains. Okay, if you're the head of a train, come on over here. No, we lost the head of the train. Okay. Okay, so this crew right here will go, and then so you just keep walking around. We're almost done. Who's the winner? Okay, who's the winner here? Who's the winner? Hands up if you're the head of a train. Okay, we've got 2 trains left. Woo! Here we go, here we go. Let's see who the winning team is. Row it down. Look at you, got like the pressure stance going on too, eh? Ah, yeah! Woo, woo, woo! There's your prize. Oops. And here, you get a prize too because you were the second one standing. Yay! Such a fun game. Thank you, Stan Wesley, for teaching me that one. Right? You are all welcome to use that anytime because it's just so much fun. Good job, folks. All right, if you don't have a table yet and you're standing at the back of the room and you're looking for a table, please come and choose a table that has a number at it, that has people sitting at it. Now is the time that we're going to use your brains and get you thinking and coming up with great ideas. Prithvi, can you put my PowerPoint back up, please? Thank you. All right. So now it's time to work and start thinking here. So we're going to spend the next hour talking about addictions. So the main heading of addictions, keeping in mind that encompasses crisis and deaths, harm reduction and prevention, which is what you all talked about yesterday. And so each of you have a different pink sheets on your table if you're at a number table. And so some of you are going to be talking first about land-based culture and language. Some of you are going to be talking first about resources and capacity building. And some of you are going to be talking first about education and awareness. Same process as yesterday in that you are going to be sharing and then your facilitator and note taker are going to move to a different table. And you will have the opportunity to provide input into all 3. So we have a seat right here at this table here. If you're all right with, can I put you there? No? So the question that you are going to answer at your table, and I'm going to leave it up here so you can see it. So this is all about, today is all about solutions to the problems that you talked about yesterday, or not the problems, solutions to the priorities that we talked about yesterday. And so if you have the land-based culture and learning, you are going to specifically focus on brainstorming about solutions. So what are some specific things you can do in your community around addictions that are related specifically to land-based culture and language? So this is where I want you to be as specific as possible, and I will tell you when it's time to narrow it to I'm going to give you top 5 today. So when it's time to narrow it to your top 5, there's no cheating, there's no writing 4 on 1, none of that stuff today. We need 1 solution on each sticky. So your solutions need to be very, very specific when you're talking right now. So it's not sort of big picture thinking right now. We're talking about specific, these are the programs that we need in our communities. This is how we can do this. This is what we need to do to get there, that kind of stuff. So that's what you're talking about right now. You're going to have 10 minutes at each table. And then your facilitators will move tables. So you will have the opportunity to provide input into all 3 of the priorities. Any questions? All right, does anybody need people at their tables? Put your hands up if you have room at your table. Okay, is anybody looking for a table? She's coming back? Okay, so we're gonna move forward with it. If I see the hands back there, if we have people that come in, well, actually, hold on. Do you have anybody at your table, Martha? Okay, that's perfect. All right. All right, so I'm going to give you 10 minutes. Start having those conversations, please. Oh, sorry, I forgot to also tell you that my amazing assistant, Erin, typed furiously yesterday after you all left, and she typed up everything that was on the sticky wall. And so on your tables, I have 2 copies of all of the stuff that was on the sticky wall that's specifically related to addictions. So if you're thinking, oh, we talked about this yesterday, a lot of you actually talked about solutions yesterday, even though we were focusing on priorities. So I don't want you to lose that. So have a peruse through that handout that I have on your table. And if you say, oh, I think I said this yesterday on the sticky wall, it will be on there. So you can look at that and just get all of the solutions as specific as possible on the board, please.
Hi, everyone online. How's everyone doing today?
Hi, good morning. How are
Good
you?
morning. I'm good, thank you.
Good morning.
So, good morning, everyone.
Good
So
morning.
in the chat, I've just put, if you have a look in the chat, I just put a PDF of all of the work that Carrie was just talking about that we did yesterday. So that covers all of the solutions that were come up with collectively between you participants online and our participants in the room as well. So that was for addictions, for the priorities for the whole, for all three topics that we covered. So what we're gonna do right now, we're a little bit different because we're online, so we're not moving breakout rooms and stuff, but right now, I'm going to put you into breakout rooms. Margaret and Cindy are very generously going to take notes for us again today, which is so greatly appreciated. And what we're going to do is in these breakout rooms, you're going to have 10 minutes to come up with potential solutions or strategies for land-based culture and language around addictions. So this is like, what can we do? Like, this is like solutions, specific ideas. Does anyone have any questions around that? Okay, so we'll try 2 breakout rooms and then I'll check in after the first round and make sure that we've got people participating, enough people participating. A thing to keep in mind during this, I know these are long days online and getting into the breakout rooms and stuff is sometimes you might not feel comfortable sharing, even if you want to type something into the chat. Or the other thing is this is your opportunity to provide input, to share your ideas. And this is where the best ideas and the best creativity comes from people participating and sharing. So if you keep that in mind, that would be amazing. So what I'm going to do is put you into breakout rooms right now for 10 minutes to discuss potential solutions around the addiction priority of land-based, so potential land-based culture or language solutions in regards to addictions. Okay? I'm going to take your silence as an okay and start the breakout rooms.
All right, okay.
Thank you.
There's addiction priorities.
think everyone's back. Now we're able to, I popped in and had a look at, to take some screenshots of your ideas. It looks like you were coming up with quite a few. Is there, what are some of the top ideas that you came up with? Just from either group, feel free to share or type it into the chat, whatever you prefer.
Deanne, I invited my speakers to share on their point of view because I can write it, but I might not explain it the way they explained it. So that's how I'm doing. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then I just wanted to say too, let me know your thoughts as a group. What if we stay in one main room today instead of doing the breakout rooms? And then I can kind of facilitate the conversation and take notes as well. Does anyone have any thoughts around that? Or do you prefer the breakout rooms? Completely honest.
I prefer this way. We're a group here, I guess you can say, online group.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to think we are a team in that respect. So yeah, I prefer a group like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
A whole group would be nice.
Whole group. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Just for conversation, I recognize that it's the same handful of people who are contributing ideas, so we can just all be in one room together and feed off of each other. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay, so that's what we'll do after this. So let's come up with the top 5 ideas or the top 5 solutions on the land-based culture and language for addictions priorities. Does anyone have any idea what came up for you there?
I think the first one that was highlighted is the need to be really intentional about screening people before going and making sure that people are ready. There's a difference between someone being willing to go and their readiness to participate. So I think we need to be careful, and I think our friend Wabano was very helpful and shared quite an experience that really informs us just to put priority in terms of strategies, solutions. Let's make sure that we are really serious about making sure that people are screened well and their readiness is actually okayed by the team that is doing the screening.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Francis. Colleen, I can see you're trying, I'm not sure, I think because you're set up through the, okay, yeah. Prutmi is gonna get us set up here. Anybody else? Would anyone else like to share a potential solution? Okay, we can hear you.
Thank you. That's all one that we have. So I'm just gonna slide those over. That's completely fine because they can just stay in here.
Okay, Colleen, we can hear you now. Okay, so does anyone else have a potential solution that was come up with?
Oh, I'm not gonna be no bright.
I was thinking infrastructure again for like a land-based setting.
Was there anything specific around the infrastructure?
So just like the way Oz had it set up there, Ishkigogabang, just have like a couple of retrofitted log cabins somewhere on the lake and isolated from the community, so that way there's no there's nothing that can get in and out because it's addictions, right? So you want it a little isolated out of the way. If I can take over an old trap line or something.
Okay.
And like a couple log cabins where they'll last more than, built for the land, like old style log homes. Just so they last for more than 50 years, not like these shelters they send up north, they won't last long. Then bringing back, we wrote down cultural ceremonies, like from the land, so like grief ceremonies, but also having people that know their stuff to come and do it. So like people like Arlene, like people that are fully trained, and that we have them like visiting, consistently instead of just show up once and then gone forever. So consistency in the workers. So maybe like a scheduled and familiarity with the workers too, because you can't always be somebody different.
Right.
Creating positions too to support the incoming mental health support. So like Jordan's principal, whatever, having all those positions in place before start, because we always run into this problem in Ottawa, like we want to do all these things, but there's no positions in the communities that can support that vision.
Right.
So that's another thing, is this whole mental health thing. You have to think of what positions can be created in the community, because those are the ones that'll carrying the load.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Hillary, for sharing.
So you're saying you need a dedicated team or a dedicated worker for a land base?
Yeah, almost like
concentrate on just on that, eh? You agree? I agree. One thing the questions that came up during our work was, should we involve clinical interventions on a land base? Trauma is a heavy topic, and the question is, should we taint our land base, because a lot of our clients view it as a refuge, a safe place, a safe space.
Right.
And, those questions came up, and but at the same time, it gives them that courage and that strength to face trauma.
Right.
But I guess that would be a question for the group. But should we? And it sounds like it's happening already anyway, that interventions are being done on the land. I was thinking, if our clients view that as a safe place for them to go and recoup and reground themselves, and all of a sudden you're getting a therapist there in their safe space, It's just a question I had. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Fabino. Okay, so we're gonna move on now.
Hey, do you hear me? It's Colleen.
Hi, Colleen.
Hi. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to laugh, but going through stuff is like I was sitting in an uncomfortable chair here.
Oh.
And my leg started acting up, and I said, "Can I get another chair? I want to go ask that lady." And she gave me another one, and she said, "Oh, those are the bride and groom's chair, the ones I'm sitting on." And I'm like, "No way, I'm gonna be a bride again." I'm like, so.
Right.
Anyway, that's why I would try not to laugh there. Sorry about that. I'm like,
okay, no problem at all. Okay,
yeah.
sorry. So just for the sake of time, we have to move on here to resources and capacity building. Now, I accidentally just started a breakout room, so some people are going to come back.
I have a question. Right now, as we speak, is this going on air out there?
What we're doing, no, but I'm going to start a breakout room so that it can be, I wish I could have just closed it right now. I don't know why I couldn't. So then we can go into a breakout room, so then the main screen won't be shared, and then you guys won't be interrupted by the conversation going on here. So everyone's going to come back. Okay. Let me see how people come back in. Sorry, I can just, sorry, Colleen, I just need a moment here.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's okay. Okay, everyone. So sorry, I didn't mean to open that breakout room, but I'm going to open it now. We are all going to go into the breakout room so that we're not hearing the background noise in the microphone, and then we're not on the main screen, okay? Not that we were on the main screen, but they're doing a screen share. So we'll all be together in a breakout room. So I'm going to open that one now. We'll all go in, okay?
Hi. Oh, so I am not joining the breakout room, right? Does somebody?
Yeah, we're joining it.
Oh no, I just finished pressing ignore.
Oh shoot. I'll ask her if she can resend the invite.
Who's talking to me?
This is Taya. Sorry, my camera's off.
Taya, was that you yesterday in that elders room?
Yes.
Or is that you that was dancing? Yeah, Taya.
Okay. I'm gonna go in and ask if she can resend you an invite.
Taya, last name?
Taya Klachian.
Oh, okay.
Moose Factory.
Okay, so that was me and you dancing yesterday?
No, but we were in a breakout room together.
Who was I dancing with yesterday? So funny.
I think I'm the only Quechigan here.
Yeah, so I just want to say that for my end, I really don't talk about the drugs and addictions with drugs because I have never been there.
Mhm.
I'm not gonna try to guess it too either. But I do know that I have seen people and live with people that gone through that.
Yeah, that's similar to me. I think our input's still valuable. Do you want me to ask her if she can send you a re-invite?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go back in there and then
The only people that get best advocate is the people that have done it and got through it. Because if I, that's not right too if I hear somebody saying this is how it feels like when they never done it yet. So I just want to address that, make sure nobody does that type of thing.
I think we can speak for like how it affects other people though.
Yeah, that one. Yeah,
families.
That one. Yes, I agree.
Yeah, but okay, I'll go into the breakout room and I'll let her know.
Sure. Thank you. This way, that way. Oh. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Pardon? Yes, I'm trying to go to a breakout room.
We're going to give you about 3 more minutes, folks, to come up with your top 5 priorities. Thirty more seconds to get your priorities, your top 5 priorities, folks. 30 more seconds. All right, folks. Hopefully you've got your 5. Just in the interest of time, we need to do the report back now. So I would like the tables that the 6 tables that we're talking about land-based culture and language to bring your 5 priorities up to the front here for me, please. So land-based culture and language people are coming up to the front with their... Can I hand? All right, if we can have everyone need to stop so we can hear the report back. Or does anybody need like another 30 seconds? Or do you have your 5? You don't get, yeah, you can, if you don't have the top 5, that's fine, but if you can narrow it to 5, that's what we're looking for. Okay, so this is land-based culture and language and regarding addiction. So we'll let you go first here.
Hi, the tables came up with teamwork between agencies such as sharing of knowledge. Example, PASH Camp, sharing resources and knowledge. Infrastructure needs to be there as well. An elders and training mentorship program. A database of what's available with constant updates. And testimonies to help decide what program best suits the people.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Good job. Good job.
Did we do it wrong?
No, you didn't.
Okay. Our tables came up with language revitalization and some examples. Oh, sorry, too far away. Language revitalization and some examples would be camps, immersion, elders present, developing resources, and bringing language into schools. I swear it's just one. The other one is teachings, so sharing and passing on the knowledge. Some examples would be teachings on the elements, two-spirit history and education, language, moontime teachings, traditional laws, ceremonies and protocols, teachings on those things. Having retreats on the land, so hunting, fishing, trapping, hide tanning, sweat lodges, drum making. Utilizing radio, and I think we said other media as well, speaking the language. And programming that includes whole family that is traditional and land-based. Miigwech.
Wonderful. Great job.
You. So what we talked about in our 3 groups would be open camps and focused camps for community. So the open camps would mean, not all families have access or have the supplies to be able to go out on the land. So these open camps would allow families to have access. Focus camps would be like for men, women, two-spirit, youth, just kind of focus camps so that people can get together and learn together. Exchange of knowledge within the community, so storytelling, traditional practices and language. So this mutual exchange would be from it's not just elders to youth, it's also youth having a voice and being able to transfer and share what they have to share as well. A transitional home with wraparound supports for anybody who needs it in terms of, while they're in transition. Family-centered wraparound care and treatment. And trauma-informed care so that, being aware of intergenerational trauma and all of the things that can come up as trauma.
Excellent. Great job. You can just pass it on.
Ours is, I think the most one that came out is the language. And it's very important to have the language. So the most communities need more language teachers. Use land as an education. For instance, like lakes, river, land, and animals, and so on. And develop more culture, to develop cultural programs, a curriculum in each schools, and traditional children and elders. Aningaginan Nishnawbe Aski mina every community should have land-based program. Kakna communities kaya tikiyaya makakoban hinernon knomage non in aking kautip matsiak.
Excellent. Thank you. Well done.
Priority resources would be capacity building, creative center for youth to be able to create, art, write, moccasin making, drum making, paintings, music, space to deliver these services. Priority would be elders needing to be a part of solutions, to work with community members, to share knowledge and gifts.
So this is resources and capacity building?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay, hold on a second. Yeah. You're land-based? Okay. You're jumping the gun, honey.
Am I?
Yeah, but we're gonna let you finish. We're gonna let you finish. I just needed to know where I gotta put it. So it's all
Oh,
good.
okay.
I love that you wanted to come up so quick. That's awesome.
I totally was wrong.
No, keep going. No, keep
Okay.
going. 'Cause you're just gonna put it on the other one. You win a prize.
No, I don't. Land-based healing for programs like Choose Life, that has spaces coordinated for schools or with schools. Spaces to be able to talk with one another. Safe spaces make resources easier to access. And circle of care is required that involves family members, counselors, and case management.
Excellent. Great job. So we're going to leave that right here. Okay, you're doing culture, language, and based culture, language. Okay, thank you. Okay, so one of the key things that we had discussed was language. So with language, we know that a lot of our communities are fluent and a lot are not. So one of the things at majority of all the tables was the removal of the stigma for lateral violence. So the other thing with that was being able to develop and work on peer programs for language. So communities that aren't fluent to team up and peer with another community that does have strong language and is fluent. Along with that was immersion. So immersion programs, incorporate immersion programs in schools and also at culture camps that happen. But the peer mentorship was to support other people as well. Sorry, I'm gonna go back here. Okay, infrastructure was another piece, to have the proper supplies and access to essential resources. So when, communities or families that go out onto the land to have their treatment or their therapies, detoxing, to be able to have, workers to go back and check in on them and supply them with everything that they require to carry out the rest of their treatment. Advocacy and leadership, ensuring case management and confidentiality. We kind of all discussed here too is that, you're always, related to somebody in your community who's uncles, aunts, uncles, nieces. So it's like there's pros and cons to being so closely tied to families and community that there needs to be a fine line drawn to some point and some degree that there is that confidentiality throughout. So that was us. Miigwech. Oh, you don't have to apologize for anything. All right, Sheila, you're up. Okay, sorry. 1 second. I'm still writing things.
Okay, so our group decided on holistic healing approaches. So I know acknowledging all spiritualities in that approach and using the whole community to come together and those knowledge keepers in the community. Yeah. Detox center was another one. So being able to access that and transitional housing and supports, because those that too are, when they come from detox, they don't have a place to go before they go to treatment. So that was one. And have an inclusive community center / multiplex. We weren't quite sure what to call it, but someplace where all community members can come and access and use that building and come together instead of working in silos, so that community members feel comfortable and welcome to come and access, whether it's doing gatherings, events, and programming, and whether it's fitness and all that. And a community-based approach was another one. So all programs working together again to support the family, focusing on aftercare, and also because those that are struggling with addictions attached, the grief and loss is attached to that. So having that debriefing for families, but also like with that are affected by drugs and alcohol, so that they have a place for families to debrief, but also debriefing for the workers as well. And grieving on the land and inclusive practices was attached to that community-based approach. And then the last one was clinicians being able to access, have access to clinicians that can support the individuals that are struggling with addiction, so that they're properly taken care of. Okay.
Sheila, thank you. You got it. Okay, then just hand it to Erin then when you're done.
So from our online participants, we have create positions in the community, like having a dedicated land-based team, providing consistency for long-term treatment, having experienced people like Arlene come in and teach, building land-based isolated log cabins for treatment. So while people are detoxing, etc., they can be isolated, but in a really long-term sustainable building, like a log cabin instead of the cheap built modular type stuff. And then being intentional about screening, basically essentially determining whether or not people are ready to participate in programming or treatment.
Excellent. Thank you, online crew. All right, so what I forgot to tell you all is don't fret, we're off the agenda by a few minutes, but I pushed lunch to 12:30, but you still get your 45-minute lunch, so don't worry, we're just 15 minutes behind schedule. So next one is our resources and capacity building crews. So where are our resources and capacity building note takers or facilitators? Look at you, first one up. Second one up. Oh, look.
And here I thought all that applause was for me. I guess I'm wrong.
So this one was a little bit challenging. We came up with 2 sheets of very small writing and we couldn't put everything down. So the last table I sat at, we took a different approach. No slapping involved in conferences. So an elder once told me, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so you listen more. So this is what the final takeaway from our table was. So instead of coming up with 5 ideas on resources and capacities, we said this is the framework where we would like each community to start, because we understand each community is different and the resources and capacities they need in those communities will also be different. So we would like to see a youth framework for the future. So youth-led ideas and programming for not limited to sports, camping, cultural groups, youth coordinated for Treaty Day, out-of-town activities, so they can see beyond the community, but also be inclusive of those that don't want to leave community, so have online options like Zoom or Teams. So youth framework. But also remembering those in-betweeners who are the movers and shakers and the people at the table telling me what to write. So advocating for needs and specific programming, sustainable funding, and elders in training. Which leads to the elder framework that focus on all the traditional activities and moving forward with the community. So long-term care building, cultural detox center, cultural camps, and aftercare of everyone who comes into community and provides primary care. What does that look like when they leave? Which then leads to community level framework. So what is the community doing? Empowerment, roles within the community for those that are getting older, and the stages of life and what that looks like for their communities. And then finally, leadership engagement for education, justice, political platforms, empowerment of youth and in-betweeners and elders, but also leadership engagement of inclusivity regardless of what
that person in every community looks like.
You look like you're so worried. I'm not going to say anything. It's excellent work, really, really excellent work. There's no wrong answers, and getting the information on the board is what's most important, right? So great job, great job. So there's a couple of note takers or facilitators that have come up and said, I don't know if I did it right. There's no wrong way. It's all good. As long as you hear the people at your table and everybody's voice is being heard, that's the right way. However it comes out is how it's meant to come out.
Bonjour. Okay, the first one we that always came up from the groups we chatted with is the core funding. We go ma bishiga ga mam kutamachi in shunya and the gyunjib mishkam ga kuya no kiwin core funding. Egomina I anoki naga nagi go gat shoje ti tashike ning chi chigi kunama inda we weni hob mi chige in your staff training. Egomina I maochiku kinesh miyama gaki I ing junji nanando agni choya inga aking humanke iga gata nakiang. That's long-term based clinic. Mashki gamigu machi tago kitashike naning yonjinaga chungitoy gendo kaya wacha gati ben miguat nungo muega kaja seoch ag kitushki amenanig mashka kinga bachtuat ego ge minike in kansionachi going. Ego mi make yonjinaga chin doban bishigi go chigaganu nagnioch ego counseling support. Ego mina story sharing ay chikate mano bigo manke chigi onatamo indoba natin ke to chikagitwach. Ego mina harm reduction chikagiko na mo indoban shigo anin chimin indoban shigo andigi on chibamitis watch. Ega no chigo gegun bakanchun dinamot ke abachtot me go gab mi animi watch kativeni mi watch go yenika kai nabachstagi at nogum. The other one that was talked about was traditional medicines to push it to be approved by the healthcare system. Miami no mawach nigan gagi to shinchikate Nishnawbe umashkiki make gaundinang aking Nishnawbe mashkike. Egoge chi mano bego chi kitnanang chigagen sitay nikate gimake mashkiki michige yung. We went to go in and chiabach doing mashkim nan chinando aging. And the other one is aftercare and follow-up. Minoye kendano ya gayach kashko nanando it is a chego treatment kashko ijat. Nibigo makan ejigish kisek ko we gabi gieshkat. Yetas chibmiyam gakago ye chibmi. Which boy togni cho ya shagagi skonto nando och ego tashketa gochni chinando giken chigate mayago yak chibmi ama gaki pamishigain pami kaji pami agni cho ya kanando och. Okay, mishaye minegok mi question when gikitomen magi giga gitwanga Pishige hetashinchigate gishikitishigije nan Misha Shuega Gyonchi and the Mangani Jabach Tuan Dishigije when Nimenangan Shnabe one. Okay, Mia, Migach.
We switched to tables 7, 8, and 9, who came up with far more than 5 ideas, but we've limited it to 5. NADAP came up and it needs to be revitalized, look at the mandate, more funding, and work on prevention as well as what it currently does. We talked about broader team building and resource sharing. So the example was within tribal councils, getting together and understanding what each other is doing, but also just getting to know each other. A balance of traditional and cultural resources and training. We talked about infrastructure and funding and land-based access for healing and programming. And developing a toolkit for frontline workers to know what resources are available in each community.
Thank you. Excellent.
What we came up with was continued and more political activism to have access to stable funding, like ongoing permanent funding. Building off the strengths of community members in recovery, so getting rid of stigma and building off that strength. Acknowledgement of successful students completing educational goals when they come back to the community. Ensuring access to lived history and elders for the young people and the generations to come. And number 5 was a youth-led council, options to get into leadership for the youth.
Good job. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Number 1 we had is a hub center. A hub center having all information for somebody that's vulnerable, needing help. What we heard or what the discussion was is that somebody gets help, he's told to go over here, and once he gets there, oh, that service is over here. So not having that person wander around, but getting the help that they need. The other one is detox centers, more detox centers. If alcohol and drug addiction is called a disease, the government needs to provide more funding for it. So that's the reason why that's so important. Third is the land stewardship. Land stewardship is a program that's out of BC. What they do there is they teach their young people to use the language of the sacred places and the names of the rivers, lakes, using their language, collecting medicines that are there, again, using their language. Another one that's really important that you want to see is the transition. Having more supports when somebody is transitioning out from incarceration to coming out into the normal life. Having supports for that individual, not just for that incarcerated person, but somebody that comes out from treatment center to coming home, and ensuring that the transition is looked after. For an example, person that goes to the treatment and comes home without having a proper housing. You need something to get back to normalcy. And if you have that, going back to the same situation, you're going to go back to where you started. The 5th one is human resources. We need all experts. We're not just talking about the professionals that went to school. We just heard Dr. Arlene Ferris talk about her experience as a survivor, as a drug addiction survivor, but what she's doing using her expertise, what she learned through that, and helping people. So we need everybody's involvement here. Thank you.
Thank you. So from our online community, who I want to give them major credit because they got to watch the super fun rock, paper, scissors game. And a couple of people commented that it looked fun, and it's challenging to be sitting on the other side in front of a computer and staying engaged. And the conversation that I've been so grateful to be a part of has been so enriching, so enlightening, and they're very engaged. And I just wanted to give them credit for that because it's not easy. So for this one, we have interagency meetings in communities. So put out all the concerns at one time. So bring police, education, healthy babies, just any community groups together. And then just bring everything to the table at one time and work on solutions together. Having workshop information sessions, but like workshop specific regarding each community program. Having forms available for the community for physicians, and then also that'll assist with continuation of care. Having knowledge keepers and elders available who are on the right path.
and then having all of the positions in place prior to starting. It's just really getting organized and developing.
Excellent job. All right. Great job so far, folks. Last but certainly not least is our education and awareness tables. So can those note takers and facilitators please join me up here?
I was ordered to be first, but she told me not fast. I'm first. I'm here. Okay, I just want to say thank you, tables 4, 5, and 6. We tried to be as specific as possible, but everything overlaps, so it's hard. So our first is safe use sites and promoting it, reducing stigma of use. Training on empathy and reframing terminology when working with people who are struggling with addictions. Curriculum adding to the curriculum in schools on mental health, drug use, pathways, and what use looks like, physical changes and what to look for. So not just drugs and like, you know, what they could do, but actually knowing, you know, maybe your parent is using and knowing what it looks like if they're using. Somebody had an example of, you know, knowing how to use naloxone young. So adding it to the curriculum. Again, with curriculum changes in schools to incorporate sexual health and identity and healthy relationships. And then they wanted me to add ongoing consistent funding. So that's an ongoing issue. And last but not least, prenatal awareness training with opioid use. So similar to like FASD, but with narcotics and opioids, and women who are pregnant, but also youth prevention. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So we tabled 16, 17, and 18. Just want to say thank you for all your ideas. We had said reinstilling respect and values within the community, utilizing places like healing circles for restorative justice, addressing addressing drug misuse with short and long-term effects, starting in the grade 3 education systems. Direction and involvement from chief and council with transparency. Naloxone training and drug overdose awareness and prevention on all levels of community, not just frontline workers. And the last one, we would like to see the creation of an Indigenous-based ad campaign that includes slogans involving all generations and communities, incorporating traditional values and language. I don't know about you, but there's a sense of pride when I see our people on TV. So I think that would be awesome to see. Miigwech.
Miigwech, I'll take it. Oh.
Okay, hello everyone. So I was working with tables 7, 8, and 9, and our 5 priorities include needs-based addictions education, more holistic and natural treatment options for addiction, information sharing across communities from the example of the PASH camp this morning, mandatory training for chief and council educators, frontline workers, health workers, CFS, all workers, including people who are coming into the community. So everyone, mandatory. And a NAN-wide education campaign week with an addictions focus. That's the last one. Well, I wrote that down tentatively. The National Addictions Awareness Week is November 20th to 26th, but that would only be if we wanted to coincide with that.
Good afternoon. We worked with tables 12, 13, and 14. So we got better support systems for travel so people don't end up on the street or stranded for substance use. continuous training for service providers, especially for students and medical patients, training, education, and awareness for at home and family to have those hard conversations, funding, underlined and underlined, workers for people leaving home. Training, so cultural sensitivity for non-Indigenous people in urban hubs.
Hi, everyone. We worked with table 1, 2, and 3, and we went against the grain and did everything on one paper.
You have to rewrite that for me, honey.
I need another paper. Anyways, I wasn't here yesterday. That's my excuse. One was teaching parents from the birth of their child the roles and responsibilities of being a parent. Have more workshops in the community that are culturally relevant. So, for example, rite of passage. Commercials with our own people, community commercials, radio ads for awareness and prevention in the language. And the way we came up with that is we thought of the ads with the little blue man saying, "Don't put it in your mouth, don't put it," anybody? Or "This is your brain and this is your brain on drugs." Like we all remember those, right? So have something like that. Bring training for workers into the community instead of having the workers leave the community to take training. And aftercare programs, safe houses, detox treatment centers for after they get out of an urban center and in treatment somewhere in the community that they can go to.
Excellent.
So.
Hello. So the first one we had was mobile training. So this would be going to different communities to give training on addiction affecting Indigenous people. The second one was educating about the land. So basically, one thing a phrase that we thought of was how to create like a heart-to-heart connection with the land. And the third one we thought of was creating a safe space. So this is specifically for people waiting for treatment. And also other aspect that we added onto there. It all fits in. It's basically having like an education hub, be a drop-in center that can be 24/7. And also part of it can be like a peer mentoring can be offered. And a focus on it was learning about like historical impacts and being able to share your story with people at that safe space. The fourth one is about education of the historical impacts to youth. For the young kids, the earlier the better, just so they know about who they are, where they came from, just so they can understand why their family and their relatives are the way they are. And then the last one was we thought of having a scholarship for people in NAN territory so that they can get training to be able to help people with addictions. And specifically, this would be no, that's everything in there. Yeah, it's all good.
Great job. Thank you.
Okay, so from our online participants, we have create a safe environment for people to learn, educate on recognizing signs of drug use versus, I don't want to say medical illness because I think that it is an illness, but an example was someone on speed can be confused with someone with schizophrenia, and then they're possibly being mistreated in either direction. So yeah, educating on recognizing the signs, the different signs, education around navigating rehab on their own, and also how to apply for detox and steps to get there. Providing education and awareness on the addiction cycle itself. And then something I have heard about the curriculum already, as well as education from a young age, starting age appropriate, and then as they grow, just
the level growing with them.
Great job. Great job. Wow. Lots of good stuff. What you'll likely notice between all of them is there are connections and there are webs that are being woven right here. So Erin is working hard to put them, sort of theming them within the subcategories. And so we'll get that information typed up and ready for tomorrow. But great job, folks. Love all of the work that you did this morning. If my note takers could please, and facilitators could please bring their notes to me. It's super helpful actually if you roll your notes up with the pink piece of paper with your topic on the outside of it, because that just simplifies my life immensely. Anyway, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back here at 1:30. So you can sit at any table you want at lunchtime, but when you come back at 1:30, you need to sit somewhere that has a table number. So we will see you all at 1. Oh, wait, I forgot again. Our elders, our fire keepers, and our drummers, you are invited to get food first. Drummers have helped themselves to the food, then you are all welcome to help yourself to the buffet tables.
Darling First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, Choose Life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like, it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp. My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skidooing. You get to play with your friends. What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures. I like to get to eat good food here. We went ice fishing yesterday, and then we caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net. And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like, they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, and that sense of belonging, and it's like, hey, I know how to do this, and you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything
years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There was a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I am very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago. We've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a youth in my First Nation, Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba. And he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from. There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just getting worse and worse, and with those problems, they need solutions, and one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community, connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life, and it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful. Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as a Nishnawbe, so that we can be proud of who we are?
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that this is our traditional territory. It's not anybody else's. This is ours. We were here first. This is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great, because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Where did the country we call Canada come from? Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith by our peoples. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truth about the treaties and the colonial racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected our peoples from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and support the many First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The Nan territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The display was created after the 7 Youth Inquest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties, and unfortunately to this day that treaty agreement between First Nations people and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 1876. The goal of the Act was to assimilate First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The Act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run, government-funded schools. Thousands of our children never came home. The Act created reserves. It gave Indigenous peoples European names. It made it illegal for us to practice our ceremonies, and it denied us the right to vote until 1960. The effects of the Indian Act impact us to this very day. The Act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths that are out there in this country. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me as a First Nations person here in Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't even get enough funding or tuition money to go to post-secondary education.
The trauma and the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the reality is that my generation have lived through this trauma. They've all experienced being raised by parents who were not ready to be parents. You know, what do you expect by people who've been raised in the residential school system? You know, they're taught to hate their own language. They're taught to hate their brown skin. They're taught to hate their long hair. They're taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that has lived on through generations that exist today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other, but there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the future the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties that need for that fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this, and we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one, so all of our children and grandchildren could benefit from this land.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills, like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect the wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort, and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
Nishnawbe First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, Choose Life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activities on the land, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp. My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skidooing. You get to play with your friends. What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures. I like to get to eat good food here. We went ice fishing yesterday, and then we caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net. And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout the camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, you know, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging, and it's like, hey, I know how to do this, and you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be able to maintain this kind of programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There was a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I'm very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
Jordan's principle was developed because there was a youth in my First Nation, Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba. And he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just getting worse and worse, and with those problems, they need solutions, and one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life, and it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful.
Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
Really being with the land is being with their heart. That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as a Nishnawbe, so that we can be proud of who we are?
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that this is our traditional territory. It's not anybody else's. This is ours. We were here first. This is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great. Because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Where did the country we call Canada come from? Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith by our peoples. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truths about the treaties and the colonial, racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected our peoples from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and support the many First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The Nan territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The display was created after the 7 Youth Inquest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties, and unfortunately to this day that treaty agreement between First Nations people and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 1876. The goal of the act was to assimilate First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run, government-funded schools. Thousands of our children never came home. The Act created reserves. It gave Indigenous peoples European names. It made it illegal for us to practice our ceremonies, and it denied us the right to vote until 1960. The effects of the Indian Act impact us to this very day. The Act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths that are out there in this country. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me as a First Nations person here in Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't even get enough funding or tuition money to go to post-secondary education.
The trauma in the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the reality is that my generation have lived through this trauma. They've all experienced being raised by parents who were not ready to be parents. You know, what do you expect by people who've been raised in the residential school system? You know, they were taught to hate their own language. They were taught to hate their brown skin. They were taught to hate their long hair. They were taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that has lived on through generations that exist today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other, but there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the future the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties, that need for a fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this. And we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one, so all of our children and grandchildren could benefit from this land.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities. Social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words, in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect a wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
All right, folks, we are going to get started momentarily. So if you are a note taker or a facilitator, you can come and grab your papers and go to your table. Anybody else, I need you to go to a table with a table number, please. So I'm asking everyone to find a table that has a table number at it. So you're welcome to go back to the table you were at this morning. That works. But if it has no table number at it, please move to one with a table number.
Hi, everyone online. We're going to get started probably in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Just if you can hear me, we're going to, everyone's getting back to their seats in the room, and then we'll get going, and we're going to be focusing on solutions around suicide prevention. I added into the chat all of the priorities that came up regarding suicide prevention yesterday. So if you want to open up, pardon me? So if you have a minute, open up the PDF from yesterday. That's all priorities, just to kind of help get the creativity and brainstorming around solutions for suicide prevention. Hello, Teresa, who's online right now? Are you the translator, Teresa?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We just wanted to confirm that it was you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm Cree translator.
Okay, thank you. Otherwise, if there was another Teresa, they'd be wondering why they're
Okay, no, see.
as an interpreter.
Okay, sorry, but I don't know why no one gives my first name.
Yeah, we'll, I believe my AV. Yeah, there we go.
All right, thanks.
It's changed now, thanks.
Is Natalie in the room? Natalie? Oh, hi. Hold on. So I have been informed that we have a birthday lady in the house here, and Natalie right here, it's her birthday. So we have it looks like your staff provided a cake. So we are about to sing happy birthday to Natalie. So let's go. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Natalie. Happy birthday to you. Yay! Anymore. We don't blow on cakes anymore because then nobody will want to have a piece of the cake. So the things we used to do pre-COVID, right? Awesome. Happy birthday. Okay. We are going to get started on the next round. So great job this morning, folks. What I am going to just remind you of, Prithvi, can you pull up that slide? The next one after that, please. Hold on. Yeah. Actually, the next one after that. All right. So when you are at your tables and you're working on solutions, I recognize that there's going to be crossover between all 3 topics, and it's all good. That's actually a good thing when there's crossover because it shows how important that topic is or that solution. But when you are talking about your solutions at your table, you really need to be very specific. So don't just say training for community members. That's not specific enough. Is it training on how to roll quarters? Is it training on how to tie your shoes? We need to know what kind of training you're talking about. So don't just write training for community members or training for police, or you need to write what kind of training. So some people wrote this morning cultural sensitivity training. Some people wrote training for the youth on the history. Those are the things that we need, is very specific answers from you, not broad answers. So this is where we're drilling it down. So if you have not got a table yet, we have some tables that don't have people at them yet. So you're a note taker here, right? And a facilitator. So if anybody's looking for a table, we have space right here. I think we've lost a ton of people after lunch, eh? Okay, then before we get started, I'm going to give away a prize. I'm going to give away a prize to the people online, and it's a good prize. It's AirPods to the people online. So Prithvi, here is our wheel of fortune. Where's that? Press it. Yay! Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Michael. Oh no, Amanda. Oh, so close, Michael, but yet so far away. Amanda Julian is the winner of our iPods. Excellent job. So I'm going to give a prize away to somebody in the room here right now, but I'm going to make you work for it. So we all know that humor and laughter is healing. So I would like somebody to come up and tell us a joke that's going to make us all laugh, but it needs to be clean and appropriate for a setting like this. So does anybody have a really good joke in their back pocket that they want to share? Oh, your hand just flew up. Come on. Oh, you got one? Are you ready? Do you need to like stand up and like own the stage here? Oh, she's got a mouthful.
Hi, my name is Charlene Edlocan from Fort Hope. When I first got in, we went straight to Montana's for our supper, and then So it was just an all meat supper I had, and the first thing I did when I got my food was I cut my steak into little pieces, and when I was done eating, I had some leftovers, 4 little pieces, and I asked for a doggy bag.
Excellent, thank you. And here, just for that, you get an awesome prize. Does anybody else have a joke or a story they wish to tell to make us laugh? Oh, throw that hand up.
I don't know if you'll get it, but but they're a 10, but they are on the Kamloops powwow committee. You have a joke? Huh? I said they're a 10, but they're on the Kamloops powwow committee.
Yeah. Yeah. Like just a day ago. Oh. I haven't been on social media. I've been working around the clock on this event, so I haven't seen any social media for a few days. All right. Great job, folks. So we're going to start the afternoon. This afternoon, we are talking about suicide prevention and life promotion. Sorry, Prutvi, I'm making you work really hard today. Can you put that slide up again that has the next one? Yep. So, no, back. Yep, there. Perfect. So suicide prevention and life promotion, and it's going to be the same format as you did this morning. The 3 categories that you're going to be talking about are land-based, culture, and language. So same as this morning, only very specific around suicide prevention and life promotion. So that is the main topic. Second heading is resource and capacity building. So when we're talking about resources and capacity building, I mentioned it this morning, but that could be resources of people, resources of training, resources of land, resources of dollars, any of those kinds of things is resources and capacity building. And the last priority is youth-led or youth empowerment. Can you go to the next slide, please, Prutvi? And so again, when you are brainstorming, I need specific responses. So I'll use the example of training again. If training is one of the ones that you would like to put on your blue piece of paper, please don't just write training. For community members, we need to know what kind of training. We need to know specifically what you're looking to bring into the communities or what you think the communities need in terms of training. So write down specifics instead of sort of overarching ideas. So drill it down as much as you can at your tables. So does every table have a note taker and a facilitator? What table is this one? This is table number 1. Where's our table number 1 facilitators? Oh, she's in the washroom. Sorry. So you're good though? Okay, perfect. Does anybody else need a table facilitator or a note taker? All right. So if you haven't got a table yet, find a table that doesn't have very many people sitting at it. And I will give you 10 minutes to have this first part of the conversation. So go to it for 10 minutes.
Join.
All right, folks, you got 1 more minute to wrap up these conversations, specifically around suicide prevention and life promotion. 1 more minute. If our facilitators and note takers can finish up those conversations. And don't forget, facilitators and note takers, to please pick up your pink pieces of paper that have your subjects on them or your topics that you're discussing, and move those to your next table, same table you went to second this morning. So pick up your subject or topic. Again, I love that conversations are still happening and people are writing furiously. That makes me happy. All right, so get up and move, please, to your second round table. Everybody know where they need to go? You're all old hat at this by now. I'll get us back, don't you worry. So I'll give you 10 minutes to have this conversation and then we'll do 1 more round. All right, you've got 1 more minute at these tables and then we'll do our final round. So start wrapping up those conversations. Right, so wrap up your conversations at that table, and note takers and facilitators, if you can please pick up your topic, the pink topic form, and your notes and move on to your final table. All right, time to move on to the final round for suicide prevention and life promotion. Final round. I'd like you to wrap up your conversations at that final table. And I'm going to get you, once you've wrapped up your final conversation, I would like you to now work as a table and come up with your top five priorities. So what are the 5 that you want to put on our sticky wall? You all have 5 pieces of blue paper, 1 for each. Please be as specific as possible. Don't be broad, overarching, very specific, please. So I see some table groups are still having amazing conversations, which I'm really happy about. But we do need to get you to start prioritizing your top 5, please.
That was very good, Deanne. But I'm just doing a lot of listening. You know that I was involved with the health transformation from its beginning, and I'm hearing the same kind of information. And the piece that we really need to take a look at is what is community driven. That's what we need to look at. You would notice that throughout the writing, the cultural based teachings, that didn't, for me, that didn't resonate as much as perhaps it should, but that's up to the group. And but however, I think the things that the reason
So I'm going to give you about 2.5 more minutes to come up with your top 5.
You got the top 5 already.
Does anybody actually need more time, or are you all done already? You're all old hat at this already. Who needs more time? Okay, we'll give you a couple more minutes.
Yeah. So anyway, that's those are my thoughts to this point. But I've been listening quite intently, and we realize that each community is different across the land, and it's good to hear the different voices. But by and large, we need to hear more about, it's about ownership, it's about control, it's about belonging, and the way they support, that's what it's all about. The other thing about people working together, this very learned individual one time in our teachings was saying to us, there are people who don't require your help and they don't want your help. And there are those on one side that really do need your help and they will come to you. And there's 80% in the middle, 10, and 80% in the middle who are just there. And he was suggesting that within the community, you work with that 80%, you make sure that you're working with them so that it's community driven. You're just not going to those that need help and those that don't want help. You're looking at the complete community. Yeah. So anyway, big job, eh? Big job.
Thank you for that, Barney. Yeah, it's true. Our communities are different levels of healing, and they need to be considered as well. Those points, those levels need to be considered in our interventions. It's not a one size fits all.
No. No, and I'm glad to hear the expressions, because overall in the health transformation process, we need that. So
all right, we are done for now. So hopefully you have your 5 priorities. So we're going to go the other way around now. So we're going to get with our youth-led and youth empowerment note takers and facilitators to come up first. So we're going to go back from the bottom to the top. So youth-led and youth empowerment. Look at you, Krista, just being a keener. Excellent. All right. So just so you all know, as soon as we're done the report back, then it's going to be break time, and then we've got one more round to go.
Hello, everyone. I was part of table 1, 2, and 3. And the top priorities that were chosen, the first one is youth empowerment, so public speaking, youth in leadership roles, youth on the board of directors, youth council, and youth chiefs, as an example. Funding to do sports, workshops for self-esteem, life skills workshops, and entrepreneurship. Educational incentives, so bursaries and sponsorships for youth going to school. Internet access in community in order to train on skilled trades, hygiene, budgeting, lateral violence, and heavy equipment. Language, traditional, and land-based training.
Excellent, great job. You can pass it down.
So I want to thank tables 4, 5, and 6. So we talked about a framework created for youth by the youth. Bridge building, elders teaching the language to the youth through workshops, utilizing hands and land instead of piece. It was mentioned that you can't always translate it to English, so using the culture instead. Resource list of elders that are available for youth, so the youth know who they can go to when they need somebody. Two-spirited mentorship. Reconciliation between leaders, community members, and youth. For example, youth representation on band and council. Thank you.
Thank you to our tables for your great ideas. We have youth-led / organized week of life promotion, such as a parade to celebrate each other. Youth-led initiatives supported by leadership. Confidence building workshops, building on social skills and life skills. Have each community on a joint council where they could do a youth conference. And TikTok videos focused on life promotion created by the youth.
Okay, so we have teach them cultural survival skills. Have community youth councils with ongoing support from NAN's Youth Council to be sustainable. Training youth how to do CPR and mental health first aid. Peer counseling. And connect them with ancestral ties and an ancestral journey and to ancestral sacred sites.
Excellent, thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so tables 7, 8, and 9, and I feel like I do have to comments that go behind the notes and the selections. Just that it was very difficult to have this conversation without youth present in our groups to give that feedback without their voice, and also that it's a very complex. This one was a pretty complex discussion because when there are things missing for youth, such as adequate housing and infrastructure, it's pretty hard to focus. I think, you know, when basic needs aren't met, it's very hard to focus on larger initiatives. So I just want to acknowledge that, but we did narrow it down just to understand there's a lot of points behind each of these selections. So we had advocacy, because even though youth are very capable and smart and strong, they also need people to stand up for them. They need people to support and guide them with housing funding, follow through, and we need to act on the advocacy, not just do it. Youth councils for communities so that their voices are heard. They have a larger platform for their voice and larger representation. So youth councils for individual communities. Recreation and activities for youth and by youth. Leadership skills for leadership and skills like training for youth. And revisit NAN Youth Council representation to just see where we're at in terms of representation from different communities, and what that looks like.
Excellent. Great job, thank you.
So the first one, some of them were already talked about here. So we are talking about the Youth Council as well. Elected by youth for youth, again for individual communities. It is instead of just like electing them and just letting them be on their own, it has to be a focus on being able to give them the training. So this would be things like with peer support, mental health first aid, assist, ask, and bullying. This can also be offered to the youth and the communities as well. But specifically for the Youth Council, we can also give them leadership training, teach them the history of their community, budget training, facilitating training, proposal writing, just so they know how to be able to get the money for their youth in their community. And another big one here is be able to organize sharing circles for youth at the community level. There was a lady at one of the tables here that was talking about something that's in the Western world, which is narrative exposure therapy. That's basically sharing circles, right? But the point of it is has to be more organized, and it has to be someone that's trained. And more simpler ones basically get more youth involved in events like this here. Instead, just like only list like youth summits, more youth needs to be more involved. Another one that youth also struggle with getting is things like getting their license for driving, hunting, and boating. They need funding to be able to do those things. And then another big one is transition into urban living. So like this can be for specifically not just education. Like if they might be too scared, they don't have like the life skills to be able to move out into the urban center, be able to live there like on their own kind of thing. So they will need to be able to get training for to get a job, to get into university and college, that sort of thing.
Wow. And our online, thank you so much. And our online crew.
Carrie flipped the script on me here, so I didn't have time to write them because you started at the end. Much like I was saying with the youth council, so youth ambassadors to provide, let's see, youth council to tie in with the council at NAN can be the next leaders with the youth representatives at every function, potentially an ambassador from a delegate from each community, and then to also act as liaisons to go back to their communities and teach with their peers what they've learned at to be present at all events, to give youth a specific purpose and values driven. Language on that is, I'm going to flip that because it's more let them determine their values and purpose to create an element of understanding behind what they're doing. Because when there's an intentional purpose, when they're attending events, oh, then this is where I was saying to share their learnings with peer. Can't even read my own typing anymore. Create a youth drop-in center where they have time to play, a place to get feedback from their peers, and a place that they take care of on their own to learn responsibility. And then that would also include getting some capital funding for these types of programs. Increase post-secondary funding and career counseling, so then youths can plan their future built on interests, direction, which jobs are needed in their own communities, and also to pursue post-secondary education. And then also that will help definitely build self-esteem to avoid potential suicide. And the final one was utilizing the youth to teach technology within their own communities to help kind of bridge generations, where they can work with elders to teach them the new technology ways, and then elders in return can teach them traditional ways.
Excellent, excellent. Woo! Good stuff, online crew. Good. Next group is the resource and capacity building group, please.
I'm just right at the front. So thank yous table 4, 5, and 6. So the 5 topics we came up with were parental skill development. So to learn to validate children's feelings, learn to understand trauma and intergenerational trauma and the effects. Youth empowerment workshops, hearing their voice, knowing they're important. Verbal intervention training in schools and for all ages. Lateral violence training, again, in school and for all ages. And finally, strength-based training. All age school, inclusivity, and extracurricular.
Love it. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you to my tables that gave wonderful ideas. The first idea would be a resource booklet that would contain contacts to Choose Life coordinators, crisis, write up on programs so that community members would have access to that information quickly. Big sister, big brother programs so that they could help one another, become natural helpers, and create connection. Build resources for children at a very early age that would be age appropriate as they develop and grow, training and identify suicide warning signs, support life promotion in schools. In community, the app would contain contacts of crisis workers in the community and be updated by tech support developed by tribal councils and be for their communities. Youth becoming trained in crisis response and learning things like level of risk assessment.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm loving literally every single answer so far that we've had is extremely specific, which is awesome. That's exactly what I was looking for. So this is great.
Okay, access to education in a way people can stay in their community. Support systems for people living off reserve. Culturally relevant support workers such as elder circles speaking in first language and using the land for coping. Services are available when a person needs or asks for help. People can't wait. And unification of frontline workers to network and support each other so they can support other people, networking of programs.
So tables 7, 8, and 9, we had the idea of job shadowing. So if there's professionals coming into your community, giving community members the opportunity to see what their job is and learn from them as they do it. We had the idea of youth outreach patrols. I think that's been done in the past, and maybe it can be an idea that can be revisited, and they could work closely with NAPS as they do that. We had the idea of training for frontline and community members. At first we had thought about frontline, and then we decided it had to be expanded even as broadly as we could so that everyone is able to spot warning signs if they arise. So we listed tactical communications, de-escalation, debrief, critical stress, and then having manuals for existing and new staff, and giving people the train the trainer course so that they're able to deliver these trainings inside the community without having to go outside for them, and also having NAPS, because they're often the first responders to crises, trained in suicide prevention. We talked about proper compensation. So oftentimes relying on volunteers doesn't work. So giving incentives to volunteers or paying them fully, and having overtime available for when people reach out to a specific worker who they are most comfortable working with. And then last but not least, the pets and service animals, they can be a huge help.
Awesome. Thank you. You can pass it to the next.
Good afternoon, everyone. You guys tired? I almost had to make these up. Just kidding. Just kidding, tables. Okay, the number one issue that came up was we require more funding, especially in capital funding. The other one that needs to be worked on is referrals from doctors, nurses, frontline workers, and practitioners. We need a system that works. Waiting on 3 to 6 months doesn't work, because the individual will lose interest. There is some communities have this. It's called Safe Spaces. To be inclusive, and that includes the 2 SLGP TQ plus. I don't know if I said that right. I apologize. It's called database. Database is providing linkages to all service providers. Having that in the community would help with addressing the individual. For this one, it has to come from the community. Is the communication strategy on prevention and suicides, and also the life promotion. Community need to do their own communication strategies, such as newsletters, anything to get out there. It doesn't have to be what you call it, talk about suicide. It just could talk about activities, having a list of resources, something like that. Thank you.
I think my sugar's really high. I just had a piece of cake. I'm going to be a little shaky. No, I'll be okay. I have strong legs. But anyways, good afternoon. Okay, the first one we have was that was from the group 1, 2, and 3. It was videos, testimonies, written information delivered by trained by staff. Trained staff, I think it's supposed to be. But anyways, when you have information pamphlets and educational videos and testimonies, not to be left on sitting on a shelf, and that usually happens in the communities. To use them, utilize them for teaching and awareness purposes. No ina shiga ina mas na test chicken yabin ko ka mami going ka jigi ko na ma going e ko get ba chmu ina ni se ina ke go nan se go ka mini going go shibi ganin and awiyak shigo genak ma chigo ka kiken da swatch ka gi ko na mo indo ye chi mi chigi ache Chiawachi, Chiabachtuach, Manki, Tashi Caning. Kaninigo ya Panchamiche, Kie Tuache, Gashminoji, Kachun Jasaman March. Chiabatakan Sabago, Chikonama Ganyungen. The other one is, the next one is educational scripts on the radio, like it lifts up people. Ko I don't know kanin kensi ni go kakina intashike nan chiagin ni radio batch mo nan nakanan yeba go yet chi na is it chi stopen oya gionchi kino mage man ke ing piob kung I guess ngis kata ni din radio kang dis ni kata men. And we like using our OG English in my community. So those of you that are from my area, you know what I'm talking about. Apta Nishnawbe apta shkegayam chigoji begate gegong gitajindeg. Mionoinet nokanen much mina menusegen in kikinomatina mi manke radio kangjia. The other one is community. Oh yeah, I'm getting blurry. So, anyways, it's hard living with diabetes. But anyways, a community wellness strategy that will be implemented and enforced. And under there is a strategic planning. What are the needs? When me know unachigain so go meet again ye kagiji mi konjigate gaji mi kigate so go anineji egone nege anakita ke anakite gimadashi kening niga nego chini anakite chinyon jimino yama gakimanke tashi ken Chimina Osaka Make Gayachka Katawachka Shikewach. And the other one is parents making time to listen to their children. Wemina ni ganchip mi chigatig chimam komi going to go bishig. I got you a ni kinky chance nanig where when you go bishig chibis don't get off. She young get go. So implementing and encouraging parents to make more time to their children. Ego mina mauch nigan gegun much sewen is sewen. Kinabago magat shangechin gigan system in the way. But like a single person housing that's addressing homelessness in the communities. We had a good discussion in our group about this item, and we identified one of the reasons why people are kind of losing hope is they don't have a place to call home. And if you don't have a home, there's no way you can plan your days ahead, and you just don't have no place to work. You need a foundation to lead a good life. Me and my Sega Gawyach, and Skalin Gishnaks non. Oh, ya panigan chinana attending an indigenous state is a Chantoyan Kita Mazach, and Skange Gonta in the Tassin. Mao Chukchin and Dagon Tai in Gaichagatek, and Inigan Gishnagos Yan Gishan and Gibeshigoyan. Poach Sagotai and Gigaminigo. You need a place to call home even though you're single or young and you want to be well off on your own. You need a place. So all the leadership that are here, we are suffering. We're homeless. Most of us are homeless. I say that because I no longer have a home in my own community. But anyways, I just wanted to throw that in. This is a very important piece. This needs to be addressed. We need homes so we can be well.
I think we were part of the first group. We missed it. But they say better late than never. So the first section, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So connecting with elders is important. So elders in the classrooms and having elder circles. Land-based? Land-based.
You haven't gone yet. Well, it's time for you to go, though. You're the first. Good job, Michael. Good job. Well done.
You did it to me again.
So let's just move. Oh, good job, though. I flipped it this time. They went live.
So, okay, online participants. Which one was this now? Okay, resources and capacity building. Okay. So develop a navigator to work with groups, to get all supports working together, to break down silos and respect each other's mandates. Collaborate with multiple programs to develop a suicide prevention training, which would include like all around life skills, safe talk, self-care, trauma-informed and culturally appropriate parenting courses. Challenge the structures for gaining access to programs. An example that I was given in my group was there is a First Nations specific mental health first aid training, but apparently there's a lot of hoops you have to jump through just to be able to take it. So to challenge those structures to make it easier for people who want to gain resources. It's hard having access to them. Off of that, which I heard someone else say, it was train the trainer. So this was train the trainer for First Nations specific mental health first aid for communities. And then to develop a roster of qualified First Nations people who have been trained instead of bringing outside people, which helps to create ownership as well and keep the work in their own communities. And then collaborate with other programs and ministries to get annual dedicated funding for social services all around.
Excellent job, online crew. Great job. So I think that it should be Doug at the back table that presents. Or was it Doug? Was it? Wait a second. Yeah. It's up to you, buddy. Come on, let's go. Come on. You've been throwing him under the bus all day, making him do the presenting. Now it's up to you. There you go. I love it. Okay, so all of our crews that were land-based culture and language, come on up, and we're gonna get Doug to go first. Tee-hee-hee. Come on, big guy. Aw. I love it. You're still talking into the mic, though.
I have a helper today. Her name is Sam.
Hi, everyone. Anything so Doug just doesn't have to talk.
Oh,
we'll do it together, okay? One of ours is learning through play with the idea of getting physical, so like exercise and stuff. So that's number one.
Yeah, and we wanted to get the devices away from our children.
Consistency with funding and resources, as well as helplines. So when to actually call.
Yeah, we learned a sad reality in our tables. Thank you. One of our participants mentioned that a phone call went out to a helpline and nobody answered. So I thought that it was really important that we talk about that and bring that to light, because immediately I thought of how difficult it might be for a person to actually have the strength to pick up the phone and call for help.
Third one, increasing length of treatment. So we were talking about that it's too short, so a minimum of 6 to 9 months. Fourth one is a grounding garden. This looks like healing through grounding through Mother Nature. So just getting your shoes off and bare feet, getting it into the sand, Mother Earth. And also my favorite is get out and hug a tree.
And that was her idea, so that's why I invited Sam. Connecting with our elders. Again, I've heard it here already, inviting elders into our classrooms and to our circles.
Good job. Thanks for being a good sport, Doug. Well done.
So we had language immersion into programmings and classrooms. Safe places that lower the stigma around getting help. So healing lodges, sweat lodges. Flexibility around traditional protocols. Inclusivity across programming, including two-spirit peoples. And sharing resources between communities.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you.
In our 3 tables, we talked about providing opportunities for hunting and gathering teachings / traditional arts programs, cultural camps that are inclusive and accessible to all community members, and paying attention to our LGBTQ to Spirit Plus. Developing of a 24-hour call in support system in the communities for those struggling or in need, and language immersion and at a young age for a strong sense of self.
So for our group, we had table 7, 8, and 9. We had cultural camps that focus on cultural practices like cleaning and preparing hunted, trapped, and fished animals, harvesting of medicines, team building through daily living in the bush, tamarack bird making. We also included child welfare, conducting local needs assessments, identifying local knowledge keepers to best utilize locally. We also talked about cultural revitalization with specific needs to each community, with a focus on values, practices, and traditions. We also talked about mentorship, bringing your child to work, decolonizing spaces, with a focus on inclusion, and language camps. We also talked about bringing the language back to a daily life and revitalizing the language, including language apps, utilizing media technology to get children and youth excited about learning about language, culture, and history. Having a camp that focuses on a word of the day, including a camp that explores the environment. So identifying and naming everything around us while we're on the land. Yeah, those are all.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you. You can pass it right to
Our group is 1, 2, and 3. The first one is treatment for youth and families to be out on the land and camping and trapping and fishing and etc. Number 2, teaching our ways of life as a foundation, family structures. And the other one is number 3, traditional teachings. Hunting, trapping, and fasting, etc. Number 4, addressing language barriers between youth and elders, language services, and programming. And the last one, restore and rebuild education, indigenous lens, history, language, and so on.
Thank you so much. Pass it to Sheila.
With our group, we came up with understanding intergenerational trauma for families and frontline workers. So included in that would be residential school, 60 Scoops, and Crown Ward children, counseling for families, and educate the children and youth, like, and parents, but also it was touched on regarding remote in the communities, but also in the urban settings where a lot of our families live. Another area was cultural programs in the school. So rites of passage, teachings, elders passing on their knowledge and teachings through storytelling, going out on the land and learning the way of life, asking youth what they want, and learning about roles and responsibilities. As well, we said, our group said land-based healing programs such as teachings, culture, counseling, ceremonies, camps, and safe space. So a safe space for everyone to gather, and especially for youth, and have some youth programming so that they have accepted and listening to the youth as to what they want. And another area was education and awareness. So in the schools have, ceremonies in the schools, cultural programs in the schools, life skills, learning about, life skills, cyberbullying and awareness. Again, asking youth what they want to know more about, and learning about human trafficking, the murdered, missing Indigenous women and girls, about pregnancy and school supports, and so supporting the youth so they can succeed, so like achievements. It was brought up forest therapy through Eco Superior. I thought that was pretty cool. Language immersion program, learning about the DARE program, elders sharing their teachings and experience. As well, education. Education in the community is not the same as the urban setting. So there's families to know more about drugs and alcohol and its effects, and knowing the signs and what to do to support someone. Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, after this, our online contributions, I think everyone gets a break, right? Awesome. So, open the conversation of how do we bring a sense of normalcy and well-being experienced on the land back to communities? As opposed to a classroom, teach the language out on the land as it describes the process, and it's easier to grasp as it's taught in its natural environment. Land-based should involve the family unit to participate, to heal together. And then bring back all together instead of learning it in pieces. So an idea that one of the participants had was to do one big long-term project where you learn hide making, ribbons, skirts, moccasins, just everything over the course of a long period of time, and then have a big celebration after.
Great ideas, online crew. All right. So it is officially break time in like another 35 seconds. I am going to make a strong recommendation for every single person in this room that you don't stay in this room for the 15 minutes, or I'm going to give you until 3:30. So you got just over 20 minutes. I'm really going to recommend you go outside and breathe the fresh air, or go out to the fire, or just get out of this room. We've been in this room all day, and it's really important to breathe some fresh air and just get some fresh air in your lungs. So as long as I don't have to come find you at 3:30, yes, or have a smoke if that's the case. I saw somebody doing this. Do what you got to do. And just, if you got to get your coffee, get your snack, do what you need to do. But please come back here at 3:30. Note takers, if you could give me your notes with your pink sheet wrapped around it, that will be helpful for me. And then I just come back to these tables at 3:30, please.
Tartan First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, Choose Life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope. People won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like, it creates a very deep sense of autonomy. That's what the Choose Life program is. It's self-governance and autonomy.
We do education, awareness, prevention, and then we also do stuff where we take them out on the land so that they're disconnected and reconnected, meaning that they're disconnecting from technology and reconnecting to their self.
It brings engagement. It brings back the significance of each community's culture. It gives opportunity to the young where they wouldn't have that opportunity before.
Those bush camps are extremely effective for healing. We can connect back to our inherent knowledge through our activity, whether it be hunting, netting, or picking some plants in a fall time, or berry picking in the fall, or tripping and falling in the snow. Like, what a lovely thing to fall in a cloud. Like, that's what it's like at the bush camp.
You can see it in their faces. Like, you can read reports, you can look at pictures, but it's when you interact with them directly and they tell you face to face what this means to them, that's when you know that it's making a difference.
My name is Bisam, and I am 9 years old, and this is my first time at this camp.
My name is Dane, and my age is 11. This is like my probably first camp with my school. There's a lot of skadoing. You get to play with your friends.
What I most enjoy about being here is the snow and all the adventures.
I like to get to eat good food here.
We went ice fishing yesterday. We caught like 6 or 7 fish with that fish net.
And when we got all that fish, like we got 6 fish, that looked cool.
All you can hear is laughter throughout camp. And then to watch the children cut heads off the fish, and like they may not have ever done that before, but the skills, like, and they're so good with the knives. They're very happy to be able to, you know, do something that meant something and then feed the rest of the community. Like, that was brilliant.
It gives them that sense of pride, you know, and that sense of belonging. And it's like, hey, I know how to do this. And, you know it's working when stuff like that happens.
It's slowly bringing back the language because they are learning the language as opposed to not knowing anything years prior.
He's learned a great respect for the land, animals, and himself with these programs and through these land-based activities. It's so important to be programming. I wish we would have had this kind of programming when I was his age.
The first time around, we only had 3 kids. This time around, we had 10 kids, which was crazy. There's a lot of kids for the camp, but you know, it made it work, and all the kids really enjoyed it.
We know now, 3 years in, that it's changing lives, it's saving lives, and it's transforming young lives, and you cannot put a price tag on that.
I'm definitely coming. I'm gonna come back in the winter, just like right now, next year.
I'm very proud of them. They all participate, and you just, by watching them, you see a sense of urgency that's needed to continue this.
I see it working. And it's sad in a way that we didn't have it years ago, because we've lost so many young people.
There was a youth in my First Nation, Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba, and he didn't get the care he needed in time, and he passed away. And it didn't need to happen, but because that happened, it sparked Jordan's principle. So in Canada, there will be no child left behind.
You know, we did talk about Jordan's principle at the camp, and to make the youth aware, you know, of how blessed we are from the Creator and what He gives to us. So definitely, it was a good educational experience for them as well, to see where this all comes from.
There's always a lot of negative influences that affect different First Nations, drugs, alcohol. It's just getting worse and worse, and with those problems, they need solutions, and one of the solutions is to prevent them from happening with our youth in the future by providing these experiences for them.
And it is working. It's giving back the hope of a nation.
Community is created out of the interaction from the land. This community connection, and connection treats addiction. So where for a long time, for 2 generations, we would be preventing addiction in those children if we could continue to do these bush camps. That's why the Choose Life program is so important. It's so important to be able to support traditional efforts that may not have been supported before.
I got two grandchildren here. They're the light of my life, and it's for the future of all our young people in our community.
They're getting self-care out there at the same time. They're bonding, they're socializing, they're learning our way of life. They're learning life skills. I mean, like, it's wonderful.
I love this camp. I like going for walks in the bush because it's so peaceful. Coming out to camp makes me happy. With my friends makes me more happy.
That's why it's so effective.
It's the best program ever. I wish I had that when I was a kid.
In order to heal as a nation, ought we not to know who we are as a Nishnawbe, so that we can be proud of who we are.
There's no shame in being First Nation. There's no shame in knowing that this is our traditional territory. It's not anybody else's, this is ours. We were here first, this is our land.
To all the Choose Life people out there, what you're doing is so great. Because if you could save one life, you've done tremendous. If you can save all of them, it's a dream.
Where did the country we call Canada come from? Canada was born because treaties were made between First Nations peoples, Ontario, Ottawa, and the Crown. These treaties are legal documents meant to share all resources and bounties of this land between the settlers and all our nations. These treaties were negotiated in good faith by our peoples. However, Canada used the treaties to control and diminish First Nations. There are many truths that need to be told in Canada. The truths about the treaties and the colonial, racist laws and policies developed in this country need to be heard in order for Canada to move forward. Nishnawbe Aski Nation wants to tell you about how the treaties have affected our peoples from inception to this very day. This is not an easy story, but it is a necessary one. We share this knowledge in order to inform, educate, and teach how all our nations can move forward in a good way.
My name is Derek Fox. I'm the Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Nation is an advocacy organization. It was created back in the mid to late 1970s in an effort to advocate, lobby, and support the many First Nations of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. The Nan territory is vast. It extends from the Manitoba border to the James Bay coast and the Hudson Bay coast. Out of the 49 First Nations, 32 are remote. All the communities are extremely diverse, unique in their own way. The display was created after the 7 Youth Inquest here in Thunder Bay, which took place between the years 2000 and 2011. We had high school students come out to Thunder Bay who were pursuing their education and unfortunately lost their lives. You know, we had many people look into it and why this was happening and to ensure that it wouldn't happen again. This display was created to show people that Canada has not lived up to the treaties. And unfortunately, to this day, that treaty agreement between First Nations people and the non-First Nations people has been one-sided.
So, how did Canada get into this mess in the first place? A mess of misunderstandings about who our peoples are and where we come from. A series of colonial laws and racist policies were created by the Canadian government to make sure our peoples abided by the treaties. The Indian Act was created in 1876. The goal of the Act was to assimilate First Nations peoples and make them good British subjects. The Act was meant to erase our language and ways of life. Here are some things you might not know about the Indian Act. It denied women's status. It introduced residential schools, a system that took away nearly 150,000 of our children from their families and put them in church-run, government-funded schools. Thousands of our children never came home. The Act created reserves. It gave Indigenous peoples European names. It made it illegal for us to practice our ceremonies, and it denied us the right to vote until 1960. The effects of the Indian Act impact us to this very day. The Act has caused confusion about who we are and where we come from. We'd like to talk to you about some of those myths.
Not paying taxes is one of the biggest myths that are out there in this country. It might be one of the driving forces of racism towards our people. You know, me as a First Nations person here in Thunder Bay does pay taxes. I pay property taxes. I pay all the taxes that non-Native people will pay.
My name is Bobby Narcisse. I'm Deputy Grand Chief of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. Another myth is that Indigenous people get free education. As education is our treaty right, the federal government has not provided equitable funding for our elementary and high school students. So when our students graduate from high school, they don't even get enough funding or tuition money to go to post-secondary education.
The trauma and the residential schools is extremely powerful. It's been something that, from a personal standpoint, that I've lived with. You know, I've had both my parents attend residential school, and the reality is that my generation have lived through this trauma. They've all experienced being raised by parents who were not ready to be parents. You know, what do you expect by people who've been raised in the residential school system? You know, they're taught to hate their own language. They're taught to hate their brown skin. They're taught to hate their long hair. They're taught to hate everything about themselves. So you can imagine the upbringing that many of us had, and that legacy of residential school that has lived on through generations that exist today. There's a lot of work to do amongst our people, amongst each other, but there's also a lot of work to do in this country. There's a lot of work to do from both levels of government. They have an obligation and a duty to ensure that they live up to that reconciliation that they often talk about. There's a huge lack of action from the government. I'm hopeful that someday in the future the non-Native people of Canada can understand how and why our people have ended up in the places that they may be. And one of the biggest reasons for that is the broken treaties that need for that fair relationship. So we're hopeful that one day people get to learn this. And we're even more hopeful that one day the government of Canada, Ontario, and our provinces do live up to their treaties, their treaty promises, their treaty agreements, working together as one, so all of our children and grandchildren could benefit from this land.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect the wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
Nishnawbe First Nation is a community north of Sudbury and a little bit south of Timmins. It's a nice little small community. It's very manageable, very welcoming people here. Before Choose Life came, we were struggling to provide programming for the community, for culture and for tradition and different types of First Nation practices.
Those are big words, choose life. It means a lot of things to me, that there is hope, that our people won't have to always be sad. There is someone out there. There is a program.
We're able to do more because we can choose the way in which we want to help our community heal. Like it creates
Is our beautiful elder Rita Fenton in the room? Does anybody know where Rita is? Rita, if you can hear me in one of the overflow rooms, are you able to come in here? Home stretch for today. And so before we get started into the last piece of the solutions-based knowledge sharing, I wanted to just talk about a couple things. One of the things that I wanted to mention is, in the last round, it was mentioned that somebody phoned the crisis line and nobody picked up. And so that's a really serious thing. And so I want everybody here to know that the NAN team is on it. And the person that phoned the line and the family member have talked to Nan Hope, and they have a plan in place that they can figure out how that happened, if it did happen, how it happened, when it happened, and to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I just want everybody to know that that wasn't just glossed over. We've got people that are on it and recognize the severity of that. So just if you were worried about that, there you go. And next, I want to call up our beautiful elder, Rita Fenton. She has just a small announcement to make. Are you okay coming up here, Rita? Awesome. So if I could just have everyone's attention for a minute, please. I hear lots of chatting, but I'd really like you all to hear Rita's announcement, please.
Hi, everybody. This evening at 5 o'clock, I'm holding a full moon ceremony at my house at 910 Chippewa Road. There's going to be a fire keeper that was at the teepee here is going to come, and so all women are welcome. And so I have extra skirts if you want to come. I'm at 910 Chippewa Road, just up the road here actually, past that. When you turn off onto Chippewa Road, I'm just down the street from there. So everybody is welcome, and and if you can come later, that's okay too, because it's ongoing. And so we will be starting with our supper and then get into our ceremony, and it will be outside, so it'll be nice. So everybody is welcome, and hope to see you all later.
Thank you, Miigwech. All right, the other announcement is, I don't want you to do this now, but don't forget to do this after. If you haven't picked up your check yet from the front, you should probably do that soon. Is it Chelsea? Is Chelsea the one up there? Kelsey is waiting for people to pick up their checks. So I don't want you to like all run out there now because you got work to do in here. But by the end of the day, if you could do that if you need to, that would be great. And lastly, before we get jumping into the last round, I'd like everybody to stand up, please. Just for fun. Prudvi, do you have any music cued? Some like upbeat music, not the jazzy elevator music. All right, so I want everybody to pretend that they have a long pencil in their belly button, please. So pretend you have a long pencil in your belly button. And do you all remember cursive writing? We don't do that very much anymore, but let's pretend that you need to write your name in cursive writing with that pencil in your belly button. Got it? So play some music, upbeat music, Prudvi. Okay, everybody go. I want to see those hips move. Cursive, let's go. Write your name with that pencil. Come on, people, get into it. There we go. I'm going to do my last name. There we go. Now I want you to write your Nishnawbe name. Go. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. Now I want you to all write blueberry pie is Ojibwe? Is it Ojibwe? Blueberry pie is like the longest word. And everybody. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right. You can all sit down. Thank you. That was really fun for me to watch. Just saying. Sometimes I do these things just to make myself giggle. All right. We are on the home stretch of the solutions-focused conversation that we've been having. So this last piece of the puzzle is about grief and loss. Excuse me just a minute, I need to. So the priorities that you're going to be talking about, the same as the first two, that went over all three of the main topics are land-based culture language, resources and capacity building. But this last priority for this one specifically on grief and loss is about systems navigation and coordination of services. So what we heard over and over and over yesterday is we need to teach people about wills and estates and what do you do when somebody passes away and what are the things that are important for people to know. So that was all about systems navigation and coordination of services. So again, you're going to do the same thing. Our note takers and facilitators are at their tables ready to go. If you need more paper, we've got more paper over here. We can get you some. So I'm going to give you 10 minutes to have the first round of conversations. And then we will do this 3 times and then we will be done for the day. So I will let you to it.
Hi, everyone. So I'm going to...
Did anybody lose people?
Get everyone online back into a breakout room for us to have this final discussion.
Here, use a stress.
I'm on for a little bit.
So if you don't have a table yet, we have a couple empty tables up here. All right, crew, we're coming up on the end of 10 minutes. So we'll give you about another 10 or 15 seconds to finish up those conversations. And then before you move on to your next topic, I have some draws. A draw. Yes. All right. Wrap up that conversation. And before you move, our note takers move tables. The Choose Life team has a draw from yesterday and a draw from today. So I'm going to draw two names. I'm not going to draw two names. You're going to draw two names. And somebody's going to get these awesome blankets. So just so you know, I am accepting gifts. So if anybody doesn't want their blanket, I'm happy. I'm just kidding. They're super cozy though. Okay. You want? I'll hold it up. Yeah. That one? Carrie Chia, I'm just kidding. Melinda Stahl. Yay! She said, oh, yeah, she's here? Okay. Well, she was also here yesterday. So that would be yesterday's one, maybe. Okay. Yay, Melinda Stahl. Next one. Hannah. No. Does that count? She's one. Okay. So Hannah, last four digits of your phone number are 3077. Is Hannah here? Do you have to be here to win? Okay, good. So, you need that then. Congratulations, Hannah. Woo woo. Thank you. I love giving away prizes. All right, thank you. Okay, so we are going to switch, do round two. So our facilitators now know exactly where they need to go. How's it going? Good. The empty table. The empty table. But you're moving tables to the empty table. We're going to the empty table. Just giving you all the heads up that you've got 2 more minutes at this table topic. 2 more minutes. Those conversations, folks, wrap up those conversations. We're going to move on to our final table in about 30 seconds. All right, so I'm going to get our note takers to go to their final table for the day. Actually, their final table for the entire summit, because this is the last time we're doing table conversations. So wrap it up and move on to your final table and have your last 10 minutes of conversations before we prioritize them. All right, on the home stretch, it's now time to wrap up those conversations and start looking at prioritizing. So your top 5 priorities, you all have green paper. If you use blue paper already, it's all good. It doesn't really matter what color paper you use. But narrow down your top 5 priorities. And remember to be very specific in your responses so we can get specific answers up on our sticky wall. So I'll give you 10 minutes to do that. Just so you all know, you've got about 3 more minutes to come up with your top 5 priorities if you haven't done them yet. So 3 more minutes. All right. Hopefully you've all got your 5 priorities. Does anybody need more time? Are you all good? Do you have your 5? You're getting there? All right. So we are on the home stretch. We're right on time, exactly where we need to be. So this final topic is around grief and loss. We're going to get our land-based culture and language facilitators to come on up, please, and share their 5 priorities. Land-based culture and language crew. Where are our land-based culture and language crews? Do I need you to all get up and pretend you have a pencil in your belly button again? Get you moving? Did we lose some land-based culture and language note takers? Okay, well, let's go here.
So I only have 2 priorities. We lost some people. So the first one is changing government policy to access culturally appropriate resources. And the second one is encourage families to go out on the land to heal together.
Excellent, thank you. All right, so I'm actually going to ask, there's lots of chatter in the room and I love the chatter, love it. But if we could just keep the chatter to a minimum while we're doing the report back, just so everybody can hear the great work that all of the tables have done. So thank you, we got about 10 more minutes left and then we'll start the closing.
Okay, so our table got land-based family retreats, community ceremonies and lodges. We also got celebrations of life, healing through laughter, such as montages, storytelling, memories, and we also got sharing circles and healing circles.
Excellent, great work. So thank you.
So, system navigators find out what you are eligible for to help with planning in the community. So, things like insurance, community benefits. So, land based grief and loss programs with fishing, hunting, walking, traditional activities such as beading, ceremonies, and feasting, circle work, and berry picking to keep busy. Holistic practices like walking, goal setting, long and short-term goals, breath work and self-care, talking with elders, and growth-based practices. Nutrition can help. Nutrition for grieving, good food boxes, food for all ages, so 0 to 100, because there's different nutritional requirements. Support for community members in maintaining nutrition, and advanced care planning, healthcare directives, wills and estates for families, sharing planning with families. So support with legal, like not just non-legal, but a way to build capacity in the community with wills and planning, so that the community, they'd have somebody at the community level to do wills and estates for them.
Excellent, thank you, great job.
And mine? The group 1, 2, and 3. This is what I have. Most important part of the community is lost is when people visit the family and home visits. Number 2, it makes the family come together. Number 3, feast, celebration of life. And number 4, crisis team support. And number 5, learning and understanding different stage of grief. This is so important because in each community doesn't really understand what is grief and loss.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Hello, thank you, table 13, 14, and 15. So at our tables, we talked about options to address grief and loss. So we talked about having access to elders to help explain the way we grieve and to respect our choices. Also to find closure, and sometimes that takes time to do that. It also takes time to find acceptance and closure. Hopefully this is all done through our land-based approaches. And there seemed to be a theme at the tables. We're looking to recover what we lost. There seemed to be a theme with our discussions at our tables that those traditional teachings that we used to practice, we need to bring them back and bring those teachings back. And also learn about different ceremonies, because each community is different, and we learn or we sometimes will experience different customs. So, Jimmy Gwetch.
Thank you, I will take those. Thank you, thank you. This is land-based. You're in the right place, honey.
Just making sure. It's been a long day. So with our 3 tables, we came up with restoring connection. So connection to the land, the culture, way of life, survival skills, learning through our elders and families, and going back to the land, and teaching the children. So all of what I said, but like focusing on the children so that we can pass on those the language and the way of life and culture and teachings. Language as healing, so to include language in all activities, gatherings, functions. More land-based treatment program, and land-based healing for grief and loss.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you. All right, look at Deanne working furiously over there with the online crew.
Poor Erin's not going to be able to read my writing. Okay, so our online crew, who are still holding strong after a couple of really long days in front of a screen, teach stages of grief and share experiences, help encourage people to be open to all types of grief processes. Create grief circles where people feel comfortable related to each other to provide culturally sensitive emotional health therapy, i.e. youth groups, women's groups, men's groups. And provide teaching around traditional ceremonies in a traditional fashion that recognizes peoples of the past and brings it into the future.
Great job, online crew. Woo woo! All right. Next group of facilitators and note takers, resources and capacity building. Resources and capacity building is next. Always the first. I know, and you always bring your notes up and they're perfectly done and it's awesome.
It's because I have a partner who makes me do it.
I love it.
So we came up with a couple points and some of them overlapped, and that's okay. And we also came up with a question which I'll end with. So the first challenge basically is to identify the elders and community who carry and can teach traditional funeral and burial customs. And then teach those traditional coping methods such as cutting hair, tattooing, bracelets, and even getting a gift or a personal momentum from the person who is deceased. Carrying on with that theme, teaching traditional aftercare, so visiting each other, helping each other in community, listening to in order to get the help the grieving people might need that's right for them. And then creating those grieving and loss support groups specific for men, women, children, and those in communities with special needs. And then the question is, how do we wake up the sleeping knowledge and making the complete puzzle out of the pieces we carry? And what we mean by that is everyone has probably felt that time where they're like, oh, that's what Cookham meant, or oh, that's what that piece of knowledge meant. I didn't know I was carrying it. So how do we take all of our pieces and make that puzzle?
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you to our groups for all your great suggestions. So we have a grief and loss team with a system navigator for legal matters related to death, so like wills and such. We have funeral home partnerships with communities to save costs and create relationships, so like funeral home partnerships in community hubs. Training on grief and loss and coping in early years. So all of us are going to deal with loss eventually. So it's important when we're young that we learn about it so we're better equipped to deal with it. Separate support groups by age groups, because some youth might feel intimidated to speak with elders, or they might feel more relatable to people their age. Oh. Home visits with hugs. And including elders, youth, and family friends to hold space and offer 24/7 support for the first few days. So just having like someone there, even overnight, if someone gets up and just needs support, and help with like cooking and cleaning and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Okay, bonjour. We had the group talked about education on traditional ways of dealing with grief and loss. And then we have some little areas that we had discussion on about cremation and burials, and mediation supports for families. That's when during the time some families have large families that need to make decisions about the deceased or the palliative client. Sometimes we need mediators and supports. And it should be open, optional. For every community should be open for Christianity and traditional ways, practices, and burials and services and ceremonies. Yung magagita siya tamang gaway kaninin da awi ka kaunich sa go ko matisin ke aga pan ka mukon kitchen ka ginagan ng kitchen. And she could then the moon guy ko grieving. Me guy hinta siya tamangi ishichigain sa go awi ka sa kakinagni pangay shkob matsich and panga kaning gisoganich egotash pan ni at pingod de kakanin chikatek cremation guy taman ego mina pangani naganich kumanke ka jawab mangke kumunja ka chikanan kaning ko kanaganich giinta shita no ye chi gan chion chika gi kimit nanang gipan ye chinuewa ni chinisto tamangani de enotegi noanian ego ge mediation ni auyas ko manke chi acha chinamtavito chi neno mego ka mitashin chike ach ka mi onen ta macha ninge chike ach ki awach auyan ka uni ach yeske mane beguchi chichikanyung weg ani tibiko ani no shimachi no choete ka gi oniach ke man nam aining na ke chis nei naganich ego ke manke e Nishnawbe chigening nenen go chiknomat na chin da shin chigategen when it's in an isto tadyang na ke andi ga wish meet ga wish na isitoing ka sakitoing. Okay, the other one was more training for service providers to receive certifications, including the grief edu therapy for all ages, for ages like adults and youth. Washimesu ko chigagi ko na mo intaban on nakinagan ego chitebe nangie ka tebe ni kate ka wiya ke kung gagish to kanama gusin yon jisunge ni mutsu ko ye tako nangie ni ka paper siniigan ego ini ko ye basic ka edu therapy ka shin kate ka kanamat naning ka weweni sago kani kagi kunamat naning anina esse ko ye kaunin tuch ke gun. Okay, the next one is healing lodges. Yeno ni in chushikate sukuchi chi ishigamangongi ani wakai ga negotiate notek ego ga manke chibinte kachikate in a circle ga chikate utilizing circles for our teachings, debriefings, and conflict resolution. Ye chia bataki igate tibab naning kagagitnaning mamo kagagitnaning kainta shitege gun kawina natoing ego ge kinomatin manke aya pagitnigate ego ge no kakchisanyong ay mima ke bagitnigate gani kainen taman mego pangi kinagishkaman gitissewen debriefing ay chikate ego conflict resolution ke gun su kaishi mas segi manke gitanakining mi manke jiwes sichikatek ejinandachikatek chimin segi gun. And the last one on this under the healing lodges is building dedicated for end of life ceremonies. Chus chikatek shikumino ye chikageontinikatek jishikamigongigo ye chinotegigo. And the Geishi anin tapskuchiko ka Nishnawbe chikanik nokan. And the Yegeta Shituchikatek chinotegigo ye wakaigan. Egachigenishi untino march and the Geishi Pindikachigio and Autishchigenio. Okay, the last one. We only had 4. Okay. Palliative care service. Asha pangaginen dags choya ega washmech chiminoyach. Panigeta gani shikanom chikani chanim minigokeb mituch. Ego natural caregivers to be recognized in the community. When a palliative care person reaches the community. Miwege awia kakaninchige ocha ayaok shimake ego kitashike naninga kanaga chioch kaishina ioch go yanchi chiniach chikanoeni mawach chinikanov mawach anigeni shianich. Ego there was another one, community friendly funeral coordinator. Chiachigo chinisite nogani choete ke nigani tomochi nena kaman seniche when ke gunchini usituch kinage gonigo ganish sitego chino nachikate go kashkosech. Manke when the chunagi magani choete. Okay, Musha, yeah.
So we had a few ideas, acknowledging that it's hard to come up with ideas at the end of the day, but thank you to the tables who worked really hard on this. We had dedicated grief support, respect for family wishes, and the one example of that was having pushback on traditional practices at Western funeral homes, and there was a team member at one of the tables who had experienced that, and just maybe there's a way that we can grow the awareness and hopefully partner with, I know someone else mentioned it, partner with people who are actually going to respect the family's wishes. More support in the language, and if that's not possible, then translation being available, and that's for every step of the process of burials and everything else that is going on. Family retreats for families who have experienced loss, and especially those who have experienced a very sudden or traumatic loss. And dedicated funding for burials.
Thank you. Great job.
We had aftercare, so continuing to support the family, in the months following the loss. And then ceremony, which isn't very specific, but there was lots of examples like traditional birthing ceremonies and maybe 6 months or a year after with fire and feeding the people who have passed. Supporting and respecting families' wishes. Expressive therapy, for example, art therapy. I forget what some of the other examples were. Art therapy. Providing workshops on the stages of grief.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here at the end of the day. I know it's been long. We're going to have a bingo after this. The number one that they have was recruitment. It was identified that we need more counselors, encouraging our youth to get into this profession, being a counselor. Plus, it's been stated over and over in our assemblies that we've been unhealthy for 100 years, and it's going to take about 100 years to get us into a true healing. The other one was the developing community funeral / emergency policies and guidelines that would help you to address everything that you require there, such as how much everything costs. Just as a side note, when you do this, you're going to find out what other services are going to be available to you, such as when somebody is on social assistance, there is funding there for the individual that that passes away. The other thing is that if they're on disability, there's also money there for when you do that. And this was already mentioned here, so translation, but thanks to Helen, she said something, and anyways, the proper terminology is having an interpretation. Having an interpretation, there's 3 people there that are involved when they're discussing this, especially when the doctor is requesting the families to come. And the family could plan ahead at a time what's going to happen to the loved one. The other 2 is already mentioned, database and training and teaching on grief. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so from our online participants, we had a conversation around remembering that grief is not just about the deceased. It's about the loss of identity, culture, family, relationships, children with parents who struggle with addiction, and to provide those kind of supports in grief as well. To promote traditional ceremonies to spread the learning around drumming, sweet grasses, etc. To find funding for excess costs for deceased in urban centers to get back to their community. And having funding in place for unconventional therapies for First Nations children who may not be comfortable speaking, which I heard someone else mention art therapy as well.
Thank you. Great job, online crew. All right, and our last topic is systems navigation and coordination of services. So our note takers and facilitators, please come up for that one. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So last round, tables 7, 8, and 9, we have a care navigator role. So a role to help people navigate loss and grief. We have a crisis financial protocol to support immediate family members with costs and things after. Care and resources for children, and an extension of that, keeping children connected to family and customs in the case that they don't have grandparents or extended family to look after them. And identify health and safety, mental, spiritual health support for workers who support people with grief and loss.
So the first one we had was form a paid position for a navigator / celebration of life coordinator. It's going to be someone in the community, and it can be someone who can guide the family through the funeral and also aftercare. So basically up to like 6 to 12 months after. An example of this can be like dealing with like property and possessions. Next one we had was educating community members on creating a will. The third one, as I mentioned earlier, was like reclaiming the process of death. So it has to be a culturally sensitive. It can be like an Indigenous-led funeral home, and basically like increased awareness of like end-of-life ceremonies. And the work towards helping communities grieve and stay connected with their loved ones. So it's going to be letting them know that they can make items, so such as the coffin itself, blankets, moccasins. etc. And the last one here, reframing grief and loss. So again, like what was mentioned earlier, it's loss of connection to community, land, identity, and innocence, and focusing on reconnecting them and helping them navigate their loss.
So in our 3 tables, we talked about case management, the spokesperson, bereavement navigator, who knows the cultural components, and also delegating the tasks. We've also talked about safety plan and a backup plan. So for communities to develop a 211 resource book or in regards to deaths, also illnesses and births. So the who, what, where, when, and how to call. Family visits, check-ins to identify the needs.
Excellent, great job. Thank you. Thanks to everyone at the tables I was at for all of the great stuff they said. When it came to discussing priorities, what I heard from the people we were speaking to is that they were kind of overwhelmed and overloaded at this point. And so the priorities that they identified, I think speak to priorities like that NAN should have for the next summit. And so the 2 priorities that I'm up here with are bringing knowledge keepers, community workers, and leaders to the next gathering and summit. And then listening to each community's experiences about what they did, how it worked, and so that people can share.
Thank you.
So I only had 1 table. We lost 2, so we came up with 5 ideas here, or 5 suggestions. Cultural coordinator for traditional services, for example, the funeral, connecting with the knowledge keepers and elders. Traditional services, so reverting back to those traditional services, and an example is 1 year after a death, they have a memorial that was mentioned from one community, but reverting back to those traditional knowledge and services. Support services for families, follow up after the funeral services. A specific coordinator that assists in a crisis and coordinates all funeral services, delegation of duties, etc. Post-funeral services navigation coordinator, and that would be like in terms of like the death certificate and other government-related duties.
Hi, everyone. This feedback comes from tables 1, 2, and 3. Thank you. The first one is training, either individual training or community-wide workshops on forensic examinations dealing with the police, and training a person to pursue a lawsuit if necessary, like, for example, in a wrongful death. Creation of pamphlets for families, so you can give out pamphlets on how to deal with grief, dealing with the funeral home, and list supports that are available to the families to assist them with the funeral. Have workshops on wills, estates, and what to do if person passes in prison or in child family services. Have someone key in the community that will be able to find funding to have a funeral. As we all know, funerals are expensive. So, and last but not least is have mental health supports available and supports for those with disabilities that lose a family member or a sole caregiver.
Excellent job. You can pass it to Dan.
This is it. I'm it. And then we're done. Almost. Then we're almost done. Develop and provide a list of services available in the community around grief and loss. Provide language translation. Develop a step-by-step for after the funeral around administration, estates, death certificates, etc. teach people beforehand how to prepare to have a will, funeral insurance, etc. And share procedures from other communities to see how they're managing to help financially.
Great job. Woohoo! How many people's brains are mushy right now? Mushy. Y'all did so much work today. Really, really, really good work. And I'm so impressed, and my heart is full by the fact that you all did so much today. Makes me happy. We're on the home stretch. I'm going to bring up Ashley and Mallory from the Youth Council to come and share their thoughts on the day and yesterday, or they're just going to share their thoughts. So are Ashley and Mallory around? Do you want to stand here, or do you want to go up there?
Rather use the shortest stool.
Yeah, stand on the chair. Okay. Oh, you want to go first? I don't know. I should say mine. Okay. Bozo. My name is Snow-Covered Forest Woman, and my clan is the Buffalo. My English name is Mallory Solomon. I am Oji Cree, and I come from Constance Lake First Nation. I am part of Ashkizazek Nan Council, and we were offered to share some thoughts. I jumped right into this opportunity because I have a lot to say. I care about my community and my people. I care about the youth and their futures. I believe what I share is valuable. The reason why I believe that is because I take the time to listen to the younger people. I spend time with them and actually sit with them. I joke and we crack open a can of Pepsi. These are important conversations. And what I've been seeing is all talk with no action. I don't see the chief and council within my own community try to connect with the youth. I understand that there are other businesses to attend to, but what about us? What if we hold the solutions? You don't even try to ask us. All I see is fighting during community meetings, housing meetings, whatever. Lateral violence makes our people sick. This cycle is never going to stop until we check into our own behavior and take accountability. The current system now fails our people. But before I get into more details, I want to acknowledge our people who have lost their lives to overdoses or suicide. Life is hard, really hard. We carry the trauma of our ancestors and families. We face many barriers within the system, and we are often discriminated against within these systems. Early in the year, my dear friend Stephanie Quest passed away. I think about her every day, and I want to continue the work that she aspired to do. She was a strong woman and a good friend. She was a ray of sunshine, a deadly auntie. To me, she will forever be sacred. The system failed her, not just the white system, but our own systems as well. She needed help and support, yet there needs to be change and more action, not just a report or a literature review. We need policies made that won't make us go against each other. We need to think of cultural approaches to harm reduction, prevention, etc. A cultural approach that I can think of right now is flexibility within traditional protocol with regards to ceremonies and people with addictions. A person who has addictions can't go 4 days without a substance. That can kill them. We need to destigmatize drug use and provide proper awareness and education to community members and youth, such as talking about the truth of drug-taking behavior and brain pathways. We always talk about the side effects. Well, why not tell the truth? This is the truth of how substances such as opiates hook people in. It makes people feel good, like that's the honest truth. It's the dopamine that makes the brain pathways. It creates an escape from their environment. And let me tell you a study that I learned in school. So this study is called a rat park. So there's two groups of rats. So one group is put in a cage where
they only have access to food and they had access to a drug, and then there wasn't anything to do in that cage except eat or drink or do drugs. So they were just there. And then there's another group of rats who were in this park where they had stuff to play with and to explore, and they also had access to food and drugs. And then what you would notice was the rats who were in the rat park wouldn't take as much, they wouldn't engage with the drug as much as the rats without, in their environment, there's nothing stimulating with the first group of rats. So this is where resources should come in. Let's create better safe spaces for our youth, our children, and our community. Let's stop talking and start taking action. Instead of talking about the issues, what are some solutions? Let's look at this through a strength-based approach. Let's talk about the issues that we in the community are afraid to talk about: trauma, lateral violence, and how we continue to contribute to that. The next coming year, I hope to see positive changes and actions. Invite community members to share their thoughts and experience, like clients, not just frontline workers, but the ones with the addictions, the ones with suicidal thoughts, and the ones who lost someone to overdose and suicide. We can do better.
Mallory forgot to mention that she's a psychology major, so yeah. she's real smart. She knows all about this stuff. Bonjour, Ashley Indigenicas, Vemaya Uglasi Jiman Indigenicas, Megazi Indodem, Mishkigogmang and Donji. Hi everyone, my name's Ashley. I'm from Mish. I didn't grow up there because I was in foster care. I want to thank the drum, the elders, and the firekeepers for all they're doing for here, and everyone in attendance for sticking it out through the end of the day, because it has been a long day, and I'm sure everyone's real tired. I guess I'm gonna try to keep this short, but I want to start off with a little bit of my personal history because it's like super relevant to everything we're talking about today. As I mentioned before, I was in foster care. The reason I was in foster care is because my bio mom's on the downtown east side of Vancouver. Yeah, so a lot of people knew that I didn't grow up in Mish, but I usually don't share that. And my mom's down there. My bio dad used to be down there too. I think it's partly related to my grandma going to residential school. So a lot of our people there, and I think Deputy Grand Chief Linklater was mentioning maybe yesterday something about like there's a lot of people on the downtown east side from like Nan communities too. Like my aunts are down there as well. A lot of my foster siblings down there too. So a lot of our people are there, and we need to bring them home. We know this is all interconnected with like intergenerational trauma and the ongoing colonialism that all our communities are facing. And like I can say, like personally, like my mental health isn't the best because of that stuff. It's been a journey, still a journey, probably always gonna be a journey. And I guess I'm frustrated, and I think a lot of the other youth too are really frustrated with like the Band-Aid solutions and like the like bare minimum funding that we get for like little programs that's maybe 1 year, it's not long term, it's not like renewed, or you gotta struggle and like be in like a race for it with other communities every year. But it was really great to hear Connie talk about Mish Choose Life program today. Pashkokogan's looking really great. I was there like maybe 6 years ago, got to visit, and looked completely different back then, back when they're just starting to like build it up. And I'm really glad that those programs are around today. Like Mish is a really great example of what people's communities could be doing. And there were also a lot of good ideas that came up in the small groups yesterday and today. I made a little list of some of them that I really liked. We talked about youth intervention, destigmatization, and education, which is like probably should be the basis for all of this. Talked more specifically about like safe talk training, aftercare follow-up, and the land-based healing programs. I think we have lots of ideas, and I'm hoping that we can bring it all together into like a full plan. I was talking with Chief Wesley, he's my ex-father-in-law. Yeah, talking about him with that at lunch today. Yeah, so yeah, but we really need to show the government like clearly what we need, and like for example, what funding's needed, how much, where it would be going, how long, as well like program guidelines and overall like next steps on the path forward. So I'm hoping that everything that you've been talking about for the last 2 days is going to get pulled together really well tomorrow into like a plan going forward. And I'm sure it will, because there's a lot of brilliant people in this room, a lot of experts, like community leaders who are doing this work. So I know our people are in good hands with you. So be good.
There.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to get Ashley to just stay here for a second. So first of all, the Voices of Youth, I love it. So powerful, so strong. Mallory, you said when you were talking that maybe the answers are with the youth. I can tell you the answers are with the youth. It's not a maybe. The youth have answers, and we need to listen to them. So Deputy Grand Chief, I'm turning it over to you.
All right, thank you very much. It's good to be here and all that. So I just want to also recognize our youth members as well. But today's a special day, so it's Ashley's birthday. So let's all sing Ashley a happy birthday. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ashley. Happy birthday to you. Oh, she's going to take a picture of her. Perfect. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Do you have another mic? I'm almost done. The battery's out. It's going. All right. So before I turn it over to the drum to close us off, the events happening tonight in the cam room, which is this room, the Brent Olympics and photo booth, which is already set up back there. Paint night in the McGilvery room with the creative, amazing stuff happening with the creative and paint night. And then equipping the natural helper webinar and NAN quiz night in the Amethyst room. So lots of good stuff happening tonight. Also, supper is at 5:30 here tonight, and I have some draws. So Prutvi, do you have the wheel ready to go? So for our online crew, the draw is a really awesome backpack full of goodies. Do you want me to come back to that one, Prutvi? I can come back to it. It's all good. Oh, here we go. Here we go. So who from our online crew is going to win this awesome backpack? It is Hillary Fox. Hillary Fox is the winner of our backpack. Yay! Erin, can you just write her name on this? And our in-person, for those of you who signed in this morning, I have all of your names right here. You have to be in person right now to win this. And the name is Dolly Masakaish? Yes? And you won an awesome queen size comforter set. Oh, yeah. All right. You're welcome. So before I turn it over to the drum, if our note takers could just bring your pads of paper and everything. I need your notes from the last session up here. And then the pads can go over here. I thank you for your time today, for all of our note takers. I thank all of you for your sharing and knowledge and sticking through it. I know it was a long day, but y'all did a really, really spectacular job. So we are going to turn it over to the drum to close us in a good way today, please.